I've spent most of my life in the high country of the Pacific Northwest, so I'm not exactly a stranger to the way the woods can play tricks on your mind. I grew up in a house where the nearest neighbor was a 3 mile hike through dense Douglas fir and cedar. I know the sounds of the forest like a second language. I know the difference between a wind-snapped branch and the heavy, rhythmic step of a black bear. I know that when the birds go silent, it's usually because a cougar is moving through the underbrush nearby. But what I saw 3 years ago, what I'm still trying to make sense of today, doesn't fit into any manual on wilderness survival. It doesn't fit into the laws of physics either. At the time, I was 24, working a seasonal gig for the Forest Service, mostly doing trail maintenance and checking on remote weather stations. It was late November, that brutal stretch of time when the world turns into a palette of slate gray and bone white. The first heavy snow of the season had dumped about 8 inches over the Cascades, and my job was to head up to a ridge near the Three Sisters Wilderness to clear a fallen hemlock that was reportedly blocking a fire access road. I should have waited for my partner Marcus. He'd called out that morning with a stomach bug, and any sensible person would have pushed the job to the next day. But I was young, arrogant, and I had a brand new 4x4 truck that I was itching to test in the powder. I told myself it was a simple in-and-out job. I'd be back by 3, sitting in a warm diner with a burger in front of me. That was my first mistake. Isolation in the winter isn't like isolation in the summer. In the summer, the woods feel alive, almost crowded. In the winter, the silence is heavy. It's a physical weight that presses against your eardrums, making you feel like the only person left on a dead planet. I reached the trailhead around noon. The air was so cold it felt brittle, like it might shatter if I raised my voice. I grabbed my chainsaw, a jug of bar oil, and my pack, then started the hike toward the ridge. About 2 miles in, the atmosphere shifted. It wasn't a sudden storm or a change in the wind. It was more subtle than that. The light changed. Even though the sun was obscured by a thick layer of clouds, the snow began to take on a strange, pearlescent glow, and the shadows between the trees seemed to deepen, turning a bruised purple. I stopped to catch my breath, leaning against a granite outcropping. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a piece of debris from an old cabin or maybe a Forest Service sign that had been knocked over. It sat right in the middle of a small, perfectly circular clearing about 50 yards off the main trail. I blinked, wiping the frost from my eyelashes, trying to make my brain categorize what my eyes were seeing. It was a door. Just a door, no walls, no frame, no house. It was a heavy, dark wood door, maybe oak, complete with a tarnished brass handle and a decorative lintel. It stood perfectly upright in the snow, as if it had been grown there like a tree. There were no footprints leading to it, and the snow around it was undisturbed, smooth as a sheet of glass. I felt a cold prickle crawl up the back of my neck. In my line of work, you find weird things in the woods all the time. Illegal stills, abandoned grow ops, old rusted-out cars from the 1940s, but this was different. This looked pristine. It looked maintained. I told myself it was some kind of art installation. People do that sometimes, hike out into the middle of nowhere to leave found poetry or existential sculptures for unsuspecting hikers. I laughed, a short, dry sound that felt swallowed up by the trees, and started walking toward it. I wanted to see how it was anchored. I wanted to prove to myself that it was just wood and metal. As I got closer, the air grew unnaturally warm. I could see the snow melting in a precise ring around the base of the door, revealing the frozen brown needles of the forest floor. The brass handle wasn't frosted over like everything else. It looked polished, reflecting the gray sky like a distorted mirror. I reached out, my gloved hand trembling just a fraction. I didn't intend to open it. I just wanted to touch the wood to confirm it was solid. But as my fingers brushed the grain, the door creaked. It wasn't the sound of a heavy door on rusted hinges. It was the smooth, silent glide of something perfectly balanced. The door swung inward. I froze. I didn't breathe. Behind the door, I expected to see the rest of the clearing, the same trees, the same snow, the same gray sky. But that's not what was there. Looking through the door frame was like looking into a photograph from another season. On the other side of the threshold, the ground was covered in lush, vibrant green ferns. The sun was shining with a golden, late afternoon intensity that made my eyes ache. I could hear the buzzing of a dragonfly and the distant, melodic trill of a hermit thrush, a bird that shouldn't have been within 1,000 miles of that ridge in November. It was the same forest. I recognized a lightning-scarred cedar tree about 20 feet inside that was identical to one I had passed on my hike up. But it wasn't winter there. It was late August. I stepped back, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I looked around the side of the door. From the back, it was just a flat piece of wood standing in the snow. From the side, it was as thin as a razor blade, almost invisible against the white background. But when I stepped back in front of it, there it was, a portal into a summer afternoon, sitting in the middle of a frozen wasteland. My rational brain was screaming at me to run. This was the violation of expectation my training hadn't prepared me for. You can prepare for a bear. You can prepare for hypothermia. You can't prepare for a hole in time. But curiosity is a dangerous thing. I thought about the weather station I was supposed to check. I thought about Marcus, safe in his bed. I thought about how no one would ever believe me if I didn't have proof. I reached into my pocket for my phone, but my fingers were numb and the device felt like a block of ice. I took one step forward, just one. My boot crossed the threshold, leaving the crunch of frozen snow and sinking into soft, damp moss. The transition was instantaneous. The biting cold evaporated, replaced by a humid, cedar-scented heat that made me break into a sweat under my heavy parka. The silence of the winter woods was gone, replaced by the deafening roar of life. Insects hummed, leaves rustled in a warm breeze, and the air felt thick. It felt heavy with the scent of pine resin and decaying organic matter. I looked back. The door was still there, standing open. Through it, I could see the winter. I could see my own footprints in the snow leading up to the threshold. It looked like a movie screen playing a film of a desolate, cold world. I should have stayed right there. I should have kept my hand on the frame and never let go. But I saw something. About 30 yards away, leaning against that same lightning-scarred cedar, was a backpack. It was a bright blue internal frame pack, the kind serious hikers use. It looked brand new, but it was covered in a fine layer of dust. I recognized that pack. It belonged to a guy named Elias Thorne, a hiker who had gone missing in this exact drainage 3 years prior. The search for him had been massive, hundreds of volunteers, helicopters, thermal imaging. They had never found a single trace of him, not a scrap of clothing, not a footprint. My stomach did a slow, nauseating flip. If that was Elias' pack and it was sitting here in August, then where was Elias? I walked toward the pack, my heavy winter boots feeling clumsy on the soft earth. Every step I took away from the door felt like a betrayal of my own survival instincts. The further I went, the more the summer forest began to feel wrong. The colors were too bright, the shadows too long. The sun stayed in the exact same spot in the sky, caught in a perpetual 4:00 p.m. slump. I reached the backpack. It was upright, as if someone had just set it down for a moment to tie their shoe. I knelt beside it, my hands shaking. I unzipped the top flap. Inside was a Nikon camera, a half-eaten granola bar that looked perfectly fresh, and a leather-bound journal. I opened the journal. The last entry was dated August 14th, the day Elias disappeared. I found it, the handwriting read. It was frantic, the ink smearing across the page. The door doesn't just go back, it goes sideways. I can hear them calling from the other side. They sound like me. They sound like my mother. I'm going to see if I can find the house. A cold shiver that had nothing to do with the winter weather washed over me. They sound like me. I looked up from the journal, and that's when the silence hit. Not the winter silence, this was different. The insects stopped buzzing. The wind died. The hermit thrush cut off mid-note as if a hand had been clamped over its beak. Then, from the dense thicket of ferns directly in front of me, I heard a voice. "Is someone there?" It was my voice. Not a voice that sounded like me. It was me. It had the same slight rasp I get when I'm dehydrated, the same Pacific Northwest vowel shift. It was the exact tone I had used when I'd muttered "what the hell" to myself 10 minutes ago by the door. "Hello," the voice said again. It was closer now. I could hear the ferns rustling, something heavy moving through them with slow, deliberate care. I didn't stay to see what was wearing my voice. I dropped the journal, bolted upright, and ran. I didn't care about the pack. I didn't care about the science of what I was seeing. I ran toward the door, my lungs burning as I sucked in the hot, humid air. Behind me, the rustling grew louder. It wasn't the sound of a person running. It was the sound of something dragging itself, something that didn't quite understand how legs were supposed to work. "Wait," the voice called out. My voice, "I need your help, I'm cold." The irony of that statement, hearing my own voice complain about being cold in a 100-degree forest, sent a jolt of pure, primal terror through my spine. I reached the door and dove through it. I hit the snow hard, the sudden transition to sub-zero temperatures feeling like a physical blow to my chest. I scrambled to my feet, spinning around, and grabbed the brass handle. For a split second, I saw it. A hand reached out from the summer side, grabbing the edge of the door frame. It was pale, the skin stretched tight over knuckles that were far too long. The fingernails were cracked and yellowed, but the shape of the hand, it was my hand, right down to the small, crescent-shaped scar on the thumb from a whittling accident when I was 12. I slammed the door shut. The sound of the latch clicking into place was the loudest thing I've ever heard. It echoed through the snowy clearing, bouncing off the trees like a gunshot. I stood there gasping for air, my breath blooming in huge white clouds. I waited for the door to burst open. I waited for the thing with my voice to start pounding on the wood, but nothing happened. The door sat there, silent and immovable in the snow. I didn't wait around to see if it would open again. I turned and ran back toward the trail, leaving my chainsaw and my pack behind. I didn't look back until I reached my truck. I drove straight to the ranger station in Mackenzie Bridge. I was hysterical, babbling about doors and summer in November and Elias Thorne's backpack. I expected them to call the cops or a psych ward. Instead, the head ranger, a guy named Miller who'd been with the service for 30 years, just looked at me. He didn't look surprised. He looked tired. "You found one of the thresholds, didn't you?" he asked quietly. He didn't ask where it was. He didn't ask to see it. He told me to go home, take a week off, and if I ever saw a piece of finished carpentry in the middle of the wilderness again, I was to turn around and walk the other way without speaking a word. "The woods are old," Miller had said, staring out the window at the darkening sky, "and sometimes they get confused about when they are. Just be glad you shut the door before it decided which version of you belonged on which side." I quit the Forest Service a week later. I moved to the city where the only trees are planted in concrete squares and the only doors lead to apartments and shops. But sometimes, on a very quiet night, I'll be sitting in my living room and I'll hear a sound from the hallway. It's the sound of a heavy oak door creaking open on perfectly balanced hinges. And then in the silence of my bedroom, I'll hear my own voice whisper, "I'm so cold." For 3 months, I didn't leave my apartment after sundown. I took a job in data entry, something mindless that kept me tethered to a glowing screen in a cubicle surrounded by the hum of humming servers and the smell of stale breakroom coffee. I wanted the artificial. I craved the synthetic. I replaced my hiking boots with cheap sneakers that had no grip, and I traded my Gore-Tex parkas for wool coats that would be useless in a real storm. I wanted to be as far from the great outdoors as a human being could get without living in a submarine. But the city isn't as solid as we like to think. We build it out of iron and stone to convince ourselves we've conquered the wild, but the wild is patient. It hides in the cracks of the sidewalk. It waits in the stagnant water of the sewers. It lurks in the way the wind howls between skyscrapers, sounding far too much like a predator in a canyon. The voice, the one that sounded like me, didn't stop after that first night in my apartment. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Auditory hallucinations brought on by post-traumatic stress disorder. That's what the therapist I saw for 2 sessions suggested. She was a kind woman with soft hands who had never seen a tree older than 50 years. She talked about liminal trauma and sensory echoes. She gave me a prescription for something to help me sleep and told me to practice grounding exercises. Touch something cool, name 3 things you can see, smell the air. I couldn't tell her that when I smelled the air in my 3rd floor walk-up, I didn't smell city smog or old dust. I smelled crushed ferns. I smelled the heavy, cloying scent of ozone and rotting cedar. It happened again in February, a Tuesday. I was washing dishes, the steam from the sink fogging up the window that looked out onto a brick alleyway. The radio was playing some mindless top 40 hit to drown out the silence. Suddenly, the signal cut to static. It wasn't the usual white noise of a lost frequency. It was a wet, rhythmic thumping like a heartbeat heard through a stethoscope. I turned the dial, but every station was the same. Thump, 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 thump. Then the static cleared for a fraction of a second, and I heard the sound of a zipper, the distinct metallic rasp of a heavy-duty backpack being opened. I dropped a plate. It shattered against the porcelain of the sink, the shards stinging my shins. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. My eyes were fixed on the kitchen door, a cheap, hollow-core slab of plywood painted an off-white. I found the journal, the voice whispered. It wasn't coming from the radio. It was coming from the other side of my kitchen door. It's mostly blank now, the voice continued. It sounded closer, as if the speaker had pressed their mouth against the wood. The ink ran, the rain here, It isn't like the rain back home, it's thick, it tastes like copper. I backed away until my spine hit the refrigerator. The humming of the appliance felt like a swarm of bees under my skin. "Who are you?" I croaked. My voice was thin, a pathetic imitation of the confident, resonant tone coming from the hallway. "I'm the one who stayed to tie the shoe," the voice replied. There was a low, wet chuckle. "Do you remember the scar on our thumb, Ben? The one from the pocket knife? I'm looking at it right now. But the skin is turning green, like moss. It's actually quite beautiful." I bolted for the front door, grabbing my keys and coat in a blind panic. I didn't look back at the kitchen. I threw myself into the hallway, hammered the elevator button until the doors groaned open, and practically fell into the lobby. I spent the night in a 24-hour laundromat, sitting under the harsh fluorescent lights, watching the dryers spin until the sun came up. The next morning, I did something I promised myself I'd never do. I drove back toward the mountains. I didn't go to the trailhead. I didn't go back to the ridge. I went to a small, dilapidated cabin 3 miles outside of Sisters. It belonged to Marcus's uncle, a man named Silas who had spent 40 years as a timber cruiser before the world moved on to satellite mapping. Silas was a man who lived in the margins, the kind of person who knew which creeks never froze and which caves the bears avoided even in the dead of winter. I found him sitting on his porch, sharpening a Pulaski. He didn't look up when my truck rattled into his gravel driveway. "You look like you've seen the gray man," Silas said, his voice like grinding gravel. "Worse," I said, climbing out of the truck. My hands were shaking so badly I had to shove them into my pockets. "I found a door, Silas, and I think something followed me through." The old man stopped his whetstone mid-stroke. He looked at me then, his eyes milky with cataracts but sharp with a terrifying kind of clarity. He spat a glob of tobacco juice into the dirt, one of the finished ones, oak, brass handle. I nodded. "You open it." I stepped through just for a second. Silas sighed, a long, whistling sound that seemed to deflate his entire chest. He stood up, leaning heavily on the tool handle. "Come inside. Bring that bottle of bourbon I know you've got in your glove box. You're gonna need it, and I'm gonna need it to listen to you." Inside, the cabin smelled of wood smoke and dried herbs. It was cluttered with topographical maps, some dating back to the 1920s. Silas cleared a space on a heavy pine table and gestured for me to sit. "There's a geometry to the world, Ben," he began, after taking a long pull from the bottle I'd brought in. "Most people think it's all straight lines and circles, but the woods, the deep woods, they don't follow Euclid. They follow something older. There are places where the when and the where get tangled up like a root ball. We call them the folds." "Miller called it a threshold," I said. "Miller is a company man. He likes nice, neat words. A threshold implies a beginning and an end. A fold is different. It's when two parts of the same cloth touch that shouldn't. You stepped into a fold that was stuck in August 3 years ago. That's why you found Thorne's pack. But the thing about folds is that they create echoes." He leaned forward, the firelight casting long, flickering shadows across his weathered face. "When you stepped through that door, you didn't just walk into a different time. You split your own timeline. There's a version of you that stayed in the winter and a version of you that stepped into the summer. But the summer side, that place isn't meant for us. It's a closed loop, a digestive system. Whatever is in there, the thing that took Elia's thorn, it doesn't have a shape of its own. It's a parasite of identity. It takes the form of whatever enters, but it doesn't get it quite right. It's like a photocopy of a photocopy." It has my voice, I whispered. It has my scar. And it wants your now, Silas said grimly. It's trapped in that August loop. It wants to come out into the linear world. It's using the door you opened as a straw, sucking on your life until it can pull itself through. How do I stop it? I shut the door. I heard the latch. Silas shook his head. The door isn't a physical object, son. It's a conceptual one. You shut the wood and metal, sure, but you left the connection open in your mind. Every time you think about it, every time you listen for it, you're turning the handle just a little bit more. He got up and walked over to a heavy iron safe in the corner of the room. He fumbled with the dial for a moment, then pulled out a small, leather-bound ledger. It looked ancient, the edges charred by fire. My uncle was a surveyor in the 30s, Silas said, flipping through the pages. He found a door near Mount Jefferson. He didn't step through, but he watched a stag walk into it. The stag came out 10 minutes later, but it was walking backward. Its eyes were on the wrong side of its head. He shot it, and when he cut it open, it wasn't meat and bone inside. It was just dry leaves and clockwork. He stopped at a page with a hand-drawn map. There isn't just one door. They move, they migrate like birds, but they always leave a key behind, something that anchors them to our side of the fold. If you want to break the connection, you have to find the anchor and destroy it. The anchor, I asked. The thing you touched, the thing that connects your reality to its reality. For Elias Thorne, it was probably that camera or the journal. For you, Silas looked at my hands. What did you take from that place? Nothing, I said. I ran. I dropped everything. Think, Ben, did you bring anything back? Even something small, a leaf in your hair, a burr on your sock. I thought back to the moment I dove through the door, the transition, the impact with the snow. I remembered the cold hitting me, the way my parka felt heavy. I remembered. The journal, I whispered. I was holding the journal when I heard the voice. I thought I dropped it, but when I was running, I remember shoving something into my coat pocket. I stood up and walked to the door where I'd hung my heavy winter parka, the one I hadn't worn since that day. I reached into the deep side pocket. My fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. I pulled it out. It wasn't the journal. It was a brass door handle. It was heavy, tarnished, and unnaturally warm to the touch. I stared at it in horror. I had no memory of unscrewing it, no memory of taking it, but there it was, sitting in my palm like a severed limb. Oh boy, Silas said, standing up and backing away from the table. That's not an anchor, Ben, that's the hinge. As he spoke, the temperature in the cabin plummeted. The fire in the hearth didn't go out. It turned a pale, sickly violet, giving off no heat. The smell of crushed ferns flooded the room, so thick I could almost taste the chlorophyll. And then the knocking started. It wasn't coming from the front door, it was coming from the floorboards, then the ceiling, then the walls, a frantic, rhythmic pounding of 1,000 fists. Let me in, my voice screamed from everywhere at once. It's so hot here. The sun won't go down. Ben, please, my skin is paling. I can see the gears. The brass handle in my hand began to vibrate. It grew hotter and hotter until I had to drop it. It hit the pine table with a heavy thud, and where it touched the wood, the pine began to turn green. Moss sprouted in seconds, spreading across the table like a viral infection. Small, white mushrooms erupted from the cracks, growing with a terrifying, wet popping sound. Out, Silas yelled, grabbing his Pulaski. Get out of the house, Ben. It's using the handle to fold the cabin. We scrambled for the door, but the cabin was changing. The hallway stretched, the wood becoming supple and organic. The walls began to curve inward, the ceiling lowering until I had to crouch. The air was becoming humid, the scent of August in the Cascades overwhelming the smell of Silas's tobacco. I reached the front door and grabbed the knob, but it was soft. It felt like muscle. I turned it, and instead of the porch, I saw a wall of dense, vibrant green ferns. No, I screamed, slamming my shoulder against the door. Ben Silas was behind me, his face pale. Use the window. We dived through the glass, the shards cutting into my arms as we tumbled onto the gravel driveway. I didn't stop moving. I scrambled to my feet and looked back. The cabin was folding in on itself, not like a collapsing building, but like a piece of paper being tucked into an envelope. The right angles were melting. The chimney was curving into a spiral, and standing in the middle of the shifting mass of wood and moss was a figure. It looked like me. It was wearing my Forest Service uniform, my orange vest, my work boots, but it was too tall. Its arms hung down past its knees, and its neck was elongated, tilted at an impossible angle. Its face, the features were all there, but they were slightly out of place. One eye was an inch lower than the other. The mouth was too wide, filled with teeth that looked like jagged shards of quartz. It held the brass handle in one elongated hand. "I'm almost through," it said. The voice was no longer a whisper. It was a roar, a dissonant chord of 1,000 versions of my own voice, all screaming at once. "Run," Silas shouted, shoving me toward the truck. I didn't need to be told twice. I jumped into the driver's seat, the engine screaming as I floored it. I looked in the rearview mirror as I sped away. The cabin was gone. In its place stood a single, massive oak tree that hadn't been there a minute ago. And standing beneath its branches was the thing that wore my face, watching me go with a patient, lopsided grin. I drove until I ran out of gas. I ended up in a small town in eastern Oregon, a place of high desert and sagebrush where the trees are sparse and the sun is honest. I'm writing this from a motel room. I've been here for 3 days. I haven't slept. I've pushed the dresser in front of the door and the desk in front of the window. I thought I was safe. I thought the desert was too dry for the summer to follow me. But an hour ago, I looked at my thumb, the small, crescent-shaped scar from the whittling accident. It's gone. In its place is a small, perfectly circular patch of green moss. And just now, there was a knock at the door. Not a frantic pounding, not a scream, just a polite, rhythmic rap on the wood. "Ben," the voice asked. It was soft, it was kind. It sounded exactly like I do when I'm trying to comfort someone. "Ben, open up. I brought the journal. You're going to want to see what happens on page 42. I'm looking at the door handle. It's a cheap, silver-colored knob, but as I watch, the silver is starting to flake away. Underneath, I can see the dull, tarnished glow of brass. I didn't open the door. I didn't even breathe. I backed away until the backs of my knees hit the edge of the motel bed, and then I sat down, my eyes locked on that silver knob as it slowly, inexorably shed its cheap plating like a snake losing its skin. The brass underneath was warm. I could see the heat shimmering off it in the dim light of the bedside lamp. The air in the room, which had been dry and smelling of industrial lemon cleaner, began to thicken. It wasn't just the smell of ferns anymore. It was the smell of a greenhouse, damp earth, forced growth, and the faint, sweet rot of overripe fruit. "Ben, I know you're in there," the voice said. It was conversational, almost cheerful. "The desert is so quiet." You can hear the sand moving against the foundation. It's lonely, isn't it, being the only version of yourself that has to remember the cold. I gripped the edge of the mattress, my knuckles white. Go away, I whispered. My voice sounded wrong to my own ears, thin and brittle, like dry parchment. I can't go away, Ben. We're tethered, like two ends of a string being pulled tight. The more you run, the thinner the string gets until eventually, snap, there was a soft thud against the door as if the speaker had leaned their forehead against the wood. Do you remember the summer of '98, the rope swing at the lake? You fell and bit your tongue. You can still feel the scar if you run your tip along the left side. Go on, check. Involuntarily, my tongue flicked to the left side of my mouth. The scar was there, a small, jagged ridge of tissue. See, the voice chuckled. I feel it too, but mine is starting to taste like sap. It's sweet, Ben, so much sweeter than blood. I stood up, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I needed to get out, but the window was blocked by the heavy oak desk and the door was the only other way. I looked at the desk, solid wood. I looked at the chair, solid wood. Silas's words echoed in my mind. It's using the handle to fold the cabin. The thing didn't just haunt me, it infected the very geometry of the space I occupied. The wood in this room wasn't just furniture anymore, it was a bridge. I grabbed the plastic ice bucket from the dresser and hurled it at the window. The plastic shattered against the glass, but the glass didn't break, it rippled. The transparent pane flexed like the surface of a pond, the reflection of the motel room distorting into a kaleidoscopic swirl of green and brown. Beyond the glass, the neon sign of the motel didn't say vacancy anymore. It was a cluster of glowing, bioluminescent fungi clinging to the bark of a tree that shouldn't have been there. The desert is an illusion, Ben, the thing behind the door said. You brought the summer with you, you're the carrier, you're the host. I looked down at my hand. The patch of moss on my thumb had spread. It now covered my entire nail bed of vibrant, velvety emerald green. Tiny, translucent spores drifted off it, dancing in the stagnant air of the room. I felt a tickle in my throat, a dry, fibrous sensation. I coughed, and a small, serrated leaf fluttered out of my mouth and drifted to the carpet. Panic, cold and sharp, finally cut through my paralysis. I wasn't going to wait for the room to turn into a forest. I wasn't going to wait for my lungs to fill with mulch. I lunged for the desk, putting my shoulder into it and heaving it away from the window. The wood felt unnaturally heavy, the legs of the desk groaning as they dragged across the carpet, leaving deep, muddy furrows in the synthetic fibers. I grabbed the heavy metal floor lamp and swung it like a club. This time, when it hit the window, the glass didn't ripple, it shattered. But instead of the dry desert air of eastern Oregon rushing in, a gust of humid, oxygen-rich wind slammed into me. It carried the roar of 1,000 cicadas and the heavy, rhythmic thrumming I'd heard on the radio. I climbed out onto the ledge, but there was no asphalt parking lot below. My feet sank into a deep, spongy carpet of moss. The motel was gone. Behind me, the window I had just crawled through was set into the trunk of a gargantuan cedar tree, its bark gray and ancient, its canopy lost in a sky of eternal, hazy twilight. The door of my motel room was still there, standing free in the middle of a clearing, its brass handle gleaming like a malevolent eye. Finally, the thing said. It stepped around the side of the door frame. In the shifting, dappled light of the forest, it looked even less human than it had at Silas's cabin. Its skin was the color of a bruised plum, translucent enough that I could see the gear Silas's uncle had described, not metal cogs, but intricate interlocking wooden wheels and vines that pulsed with a rhythmic mechanical life. Its eyes were wide and lidless, the pupils shaped like the keyhole of the door I had opened months ago. "You look tired, Ben," it said, its voice vibrating through the soles of my feet. "The linear world is so exhausting. Always moving in one direction, always decaying. Here we just repeat, we are the perfect loop." "What do you want from me?" I screamed, backing away into the ferns. The stalks felt like cold fingers brushing against my legs. "I want the rest of the story," the thing said, holding up the journal. It was Thorn's journal, but the leather was wet and dripping with a black, viscous fluid. "The pages are blank because you haven't lived them yet. I need you now to fill the then. If I take your place, the circle closes. I become the man who walked out of the woods, and you become the man who stayed to tie his shoe. Forever." It lunged. It didn't move like a person. It moved like a falling tree, sudden, heavy, and unstoppable. I dived to the side, my hands sinking into the muck of the forest floor. I felt something hard beneath the moss, a root. No, I gripped it and pulled. It was a rusted, heavy-duty crowbar, my own crowbar, the one I'd kept in the back of my Forest Service truck. It must have fallen through the fold when I fled the ridge. I scrambled to my feet, the iron cold and reassuring in my grip. The thing turned, its long neck creaking as it adjusted its gaze. It smiled, and I saw the quartz teeth. "You think tools can save you? You're in the place where tools are grown, Ben. Everything you've ever made, everything you've ever used. It all started here. We are the source code." It swung a long, vine-wrapped arm, catching me across the chest. The force sent me flying backward, my breath escaping in a ragged gasp. I hit the base of a tree, the impact jarring my teeth. Before I could recover, the thing was over me, its shadow blotting out the dim light. It reached down, its fingers, long, multi-jointed twigs, wrapping around my throat. "I can feel your heart," it whispered, its face inches from mine. "It's so fast, like a bird's. Don't worry, I'll slow it down. I'll turn it into a steady wooden beat." I struggled, my vision beginning to swim. My hand, the one covered in moss, felt numb, but the other one still gripped the crowbar. I didn't swing for its head. I didn't swing for its chest. I remembered what Silas said: the door isn't a physical object, it's a conceptual one. I shoved the end of the crowbar into the keyhole-shaped pupil of its left eye. There was no blood, instead a sound like 1,000 dry branches snapping at once filled the air. The thing shrieked, a high, whistling sound like wind through a narrow canyon. It released my throat, clutching at its face as a thick, amber sap began to leak from the wound. I didn't wait. I scrambled toward the freestanding door in the middle of the clearing. It was my only way out, the only anchor left to the world of concrete and cold air. I grabbed the brass handle. It burned my hand, the heat searing through the moss on my thumb, but I didn't let go. I twisted it. The door didn't open, it was locked. "You can't leave," the thing screamed, its voice distorted, half human, half animal. "The key is inside you. You swallowed the summer, Ben, you breathed it in." I fumbled in my pockets, my mind racing. I didn't have a key. I never had a key. The door on the ridge didn't have a lock. Then I remembered the brass handle I'd found in my parka, the one I'd dropped in Silas's cabin. I looked at the door in front of me. It had a handle, but there was a second, empty hole just below it, as if a second latch had been meant to go there. I reached into my mind, trying to conjure the memory of the handle. I pictured its weight, its tarnished surface, the way it felt like a severed limb. I reached into the now and the then, trying to pull the object across the fold. My hand, the one covered in moss, began to glow with a dull, bioluminescent light. I thrust my fingers into the empty hole in the door. The wood screamed. The handle I had lost manifested in my grip, solidifying out of the very air. I turned both handles at once, one clockwise, one counterclockwise. The door swung open. But it didn't lead back to the motel room. It led to the ridge. The cold hit me like a physical blow. The wind howled, whipping snow into my face. I saw the Forest Service truck, its headlights cutting through the blizzard. I saw Miller standing by the passenger door, his face etched with worry. "Ben," he shouted, his voice barely audible over the gale. "Get in the truck, we have to go." I looked back. The thing with my face was standing at the edge of the summer forest, the amber sap dripping down its front. It couldn't step onto the snow. The transition was too sharp, the temperature difference a physical barrier. It watched me, its one remaining eye full of a terrible, ancient hunger. "It's not over," it mouthed. I couldn't hear the words, but I felt them in the marrow of my bones. The circle always completes itself. I stepped through. The moment my boots hit the snow, the door behind me vanished. There was no sound of a latch, no creak of hinges, just the sudden, absolute silence of the winter woods. I fell to my knees, gasping, the freezing air burning my lungs. Miller was at my side in an instant, hauling me to my feet. "What happened? You were standing there, staring at nothing. I thought you'd gone into shock." I looked at him, my eyes wide. "How long?" "What? How long was I gone?" Miller frowned, brushing snow off my shoulders. "Gone, Ben, you walked away from the truck for 30 seconds to check the marker. I called your name and you just froze. Come on, let's get you in the heater. You're white as a sheet." I let him lead me to the truck. I sat in the passenger seat, the blast of the defrost vents feeling like a miracle against my skin. I looked down at my hands. The moss was gone. My thumb was clean, the small, crescent-shaped scar exactly where it should be. "You okay?" Miller asked, putting the truck into gear. "Yeah," I lied, "just the cold. It gets into your head." We drove down the mountain in silence. I watched the trees go by, their branches heavy with snow, looking like skeletal hands reaching for the sky. I didn't see any doors. I didn't see any finished carpentry. But when we reached the ranger station, I went into the bathroom to wash my face. I splashed cold water on my skin, trying to scrub away the lingering smell of crushed ferns. I looked in the mirror, expecting to see my own familiar face. I did, but as I turned to grab a paper towel, I saw something in the reflection. Just for a second. The light in the bathroom flickered, casting a long, distorted shadow against the wall. And in that shadow, my neck looked just a little too long. My arms seemed to hang just a little too low. I reached into my pocket to find my phone, but my fingers brushed against something else, something small and hard. I pulled it out. It was a small white mushroom. Its cap was still damp, and it smelled of a summer that hadn't happened yet. I dropped it into the trash can and walked out, but I knew Sila's was right. The door wasn't a physical thing. It was a crack in the way I saw the world. And once you see the crack, you can't help but wait for the thing on the other side to start widening it. That night, I didn't go back to my apartment. I didn't go to the city. I drove to a motel in a different town, one with no trees for miles. I stayed awake until dawn, watching the door. It didn't open. There was no knocking. But as the sun began to rise over the desert, I felt a sharp, stinging pain in the back of my throat. I coughed, and into my hand fell a single, serrated leaf. It was green, vibrant, and perfectly formed. I looked at it for a long time, then I ate it. If the summer was coming for me, I wasn't going to let it take me piece by piece. I was going to be the one who decided which version of me belonged on which side. I sat on the edge of the bed, closed my eyes, and listened to the silence. Deep down, beneath the sound of the wind and the hum of the refrigerator, I heard it. The sound of a heavy oak door, creaking open on perfectly balanced hinges. "I'm so cold," I whispered. And from the corner of the room, my own voice whispered back, "Don't worry, Ben, it's almost August." The transition from the desert motel to the sterile reality of a different town should have felt like a rescue, but it felt like a burial. I sat on the edge of the bed in a room that smelled of stale cigarettes and industrial-grade lavender, watching the digital clock on the bedside table. 4:12 a.m. The red numbers bled into the darkness, casting a rhythmic, artificial pulse against the beige walls. My throat burned. It wasn't the scratchy dryness of a cold. It was the sharp, insistent pressure of something trying to unfurl. I reached for the plastic cup on the nightstand, my fingers trembling. As I tilted my head back to swallow the lukewarm tap water, I felt it again, the shifting. Not in the room, but in the architecture of my own neck. A soft, wet clicking sound like a seed pod snapping open in the heat. I choked, spraying water across the cheap polyester bedspread and coughed until my vision blurred. A second leaf hit the floor. This one was larger, a deep, waxy emerald, tipped with a drop of clear, sticky fluid that smelled of ozone and crushed mint. I stared at it. I didn't pick it up this time. I watched it. In the dim red light of the clock, the leaf didn't just lie there. Its edges curled and uncurled, a slow, mimosa-like contraction, as if it were breathing the stagnant air of the motel room. It was searching for soil. It was searching for me. "Ben," a voice said. It didn't come from the door. It didn't come from the window. It came from the television. The screen was off, a flat black rectangle of dead glass, but the voice was vibrating within the plastic casing. It was my voice, but stripped of all its hesitation. It was the voice of a man who had already decided what the end of the story looked like. "You can't eat the summer away, Ben. You can only let it bloom. Do you remember the attic, the house on Mason Street? The box of old National Geographics you found when you were 10. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing the heels of my hands into my sockets. I remembered. I remembered the smell of dust and the way the sunlight filtered through the circular vent in the gable, illuminating the motes of dust like tiny, golden insects. "You found the issue from July 1974, the voice continued, the static of the dead TV beginning to hiss underneath the words. The one with the forest fire on the cover. You stared at those orange flames for hours. You wanted to be the fire, didn't you? You wanted to be the thing that changed the woods into something else, something simpler, ash and light." "Shut up," I whispered. "You're not real, you're a hallucination." Silas said it was a fold, a trick of geometry. Silas is a carpenter, Ben. He thinks in right angles. He thinks you can measure the world with a tape and a level. But the woods aren't built, they're grown, and growth doesn't care about your measurements. The television screen flickered. A single horizontal line of white light appeared in the center of the black glass. It wasn't a picture, it was a crack. I stood up, backing away until I hit the dresser. My hand landed on the heavy glass ashtray, a relic of a time when people were allowed to burn things in rooms like this. I gripped it, my knuckles white. The moss on my thumb was gone, but the skin there felt tight, like new bark forming over a wound. What do you want? I yelled at the screen. You have the journal, you have the cabin. What is left to take? The witness, the voice said, and now it was coming from the walls, the floor, the ceiling. A forest without a witness is just a heap of wood. I need you to see me, Ben. I need you to see what we become when the door stays open. The crack in the television screen widened. It wasn't breaking outward, it was being pulled inward. The plastic frame of the TV began to warp, the edges softening and turning a mottled, organic brown. The smell of the greenhouse returned, so thick now that I could taste the humidity on my tongue. I didn't wait for the thing to crawl out. I lunged for the door, tearing the chain from its housing and throwing the deadbolt. I burst out into the night, expecting the cool desert air, the sound of a distant highway, the safety of the void. Instead, I stepped into a cathedral of shadows. The motel parking lot was gone. In its place was a canyon of impossibly tall trees, their trunks so wide they looked like the walls of a fortress. The ground wasn't asphalt. It was a black, loamy soil that felt like velvet under my bare feet. Above, the sky was a bruised purple, choked with the same hazy twilight I had seen through the window. But it wasn't silent. The forest was screaming. It was the sound of the cicadas, but amplified 1,000 times, a rhythmic, mechanical grinding that seemed to vibrate the very cells of my body. And beneath that, the thrumming, the radio signal, the heartbeat of the summer. I turned back to the motel room, but the door was already different. The stucco wall had become a sheer cliff of gray stone, and the door was nothing more than a rectangular hole in the rock, the interior of the room filled with a dense, impenetrable thicket of thorns. I was trapped, not in a place, but in a season. August is a hungry month, a voice whispered from the canopy above. I looked up. Hanging from the lower branches of a massive pine were dozens of shapes. At first, I thought they were cocoons or perhaps heavy fruit, but as my eyes adjusted to the violet light, I saw the outlines of limbs, the curves of shoulders, the pale, waxen shine of faces. They were all mate. Some were small, the size of children, their features blurred as if they were made of unformed clay. Others were twisted, their limbs elongated into graceful, terrifying arcs of bone and vine. One, hanging directly above the stone door, had my face exactly as it appeared in the mirror that morning, but its eyes were filled with a soft, pulsing amber light. "We're waiting for the one who stays," the amber-eyed version said. Its voice didn't move its lips, it resonated from its chest, a hollow, wooden sound. "The one who remembers the cold is the most valuable. He provides the contrast. Without the memory of the winter, the summer has no meaning." I gripped the glass ashtray so hard it shattered in my hand. The sharp shards sliced into my palm, but I didn't feel pain. I felt a strange, cooling sensation. I looked down. My blood wasn't red. It was a pale, translucent gold. It smelled of honey and pine resin. "No," I croaked. "I'm Ben. I'm a ranger. I have a truck. I have a life in the valley." "You had a life in the valley," the thing hanging from the tree said. "But you opened the door, and the moment you saw the handle, you became part of the hinge." I began to run. I didn't know where I was going, but I had to move. The loamy soil gave way to a floor of dry needles that crunched like bone under my feet. I ran past trees that bore familiar objects instead of leaves. One was draped in hundreds of rusted keys. Another had its trunk studded with the glass faces of broken watches, all of them frozen at the same second. I saw a flickering light ahead, a warm, orange glow that didn't belong in this purple world. I pushed through a stand of saplings that felt like cold skin and broke into a clearing. In the center of the clearing was a campfire, and sitting beside it, poking the embers with a long, charred stick, was Silas. He looked older. His beard was a tangled mess of gray and green, and his flannel shirt was tattered, the fabric seemingly merging with his skin at the shoulders. But his eyes were clear. He looked up as I stumbled into the light, and a small, sad smile touched his lips. "You took your time, Ben," he said. I collapsed by the fire, my breath coming in ragged, sappy gasps. "Silas, how you stayed. I saw the cabin go. I saw the tree." "The tree is just a way of standing still," Silas said, tossing a handful of dried needles into the flames. They hissed and flared bright blue. "I didn't stay because I wanted to. I stayed because I understood the math. You can't run from a circle. You just end up back at the start, only more tired." "I'm changing," I said, holding out my hand. The gold sap was already hardening into a clear amber scab. "My blood, it's turning." "It's the transition. The summer is a heavy element. It sinks into the marrow. It replaces the water in your cells with something that doesn't freeze." He looked at me, his gaze heavy with a terrible pity. "You found the door in the motel, didn't you?" "I didn't find it, it found me. It turned the TV into a crack in the world." Silas nodded. "The summer isn't a place, Ben. It's a process. It's the way the universe tries to fix a leak. You saw something you weren't supposed to see on that ridge. You saw the seam where the world is stitched together. Now the world is trying to stitch you into the seam to keep the light from getting out." "There has to be a way back," I said, grabbing his arm. His skin felt like polished driftwood, hard, cool, and unyielding. "You're a carpenter. You know how things are built. Tell me how to unbuild this." Silas looked down at my hand on his arm. He didn't pull away, but he didn't offer any comfort either. "To unbuild a forest, you need a fire, but not the kind of fire that burns wood. You need the kind of fire that burns memory." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, blackened object. He handed it to me. It was a Zippo lighter, my Zippo, the one I'd lost 3 years ago on a controlled burn near the border. "I found this in the roots of the great oak," Silas said. "It still works. But it doesn't burn fuel anymore. It burns what you give it." "What do I have to give it?" "The thing that makes you Ben," Silas whispered. "The summer wants your now. It wants your physical presence to fill its empty spaces. But it can't take your then unless you give it up. If you want to go back, you have to burn the path you took to get here. You have to forget the door. You have to forget the ridge. You have to forget me." I looked at the lighter. It felt heavy, a piece of the honest, cold world held in the palm of a hand that was turning into a branch. "If I forget," I said, my voice trembling, "who will I be when I wake up?" "A man who never went into the woods," Silas said. "A man who stayed in the truck. A man who is safe but hollow. Because a part of you will always be here, hanging from a branch, waiting for August." The cicadas reached a crescendo, the sound so loud now that the ground began to ripple. The trees around the clearing started to lean inward, their branches weaving together to form a dome of shadow. The things hanging from the trees began to descend, their vine-like umbilical cords stretching as they reached for the light of the fire. I saw the version of me with the amber eyes. It was inches away now, its hand, a delicate lattice of twigs reaching for my face. Give it to me, Ben, it whispered. Give me the cold, give me the winter. I looked at Silas. He wasn't moving. He was starting to gray, his form becoming more rigid, his eyes turning into the same polished quartz I had seen in the thing's mouth. He was becoming part of the furniture of the forest. I flicked the lighter. The flame wasn't orange, it wasn't blue. It was a blinding, absolute white. I didn't hold it to a branch, I didn't hold it to the grass. I held the flame to my own shadow. The shadow didn't move, it didn't flicker. As the white light touched it, the shadow began to peel away from the ground like a piece of burnt paper, and as it peeled, the forest began to dissolve. The purple sky cracked, revealing a void of pure, freezing black. The trees didn't fall, they evaporated into a fine, green mist. The sound of the cicadas turned into a long, dying whistle, like air escaping a punctured lung. I felt a searing pain in my mind. I saw the ridge, I saw the door, I saw the handle in the snow. Burn it, a voice commanded, my voice, the real one. I watched the memory of the ridge catch fire. I saw Miller's face dissolve into white ash. I saw the cabin, the journal, the silver-turned brass knob, all of it consumed by the white flame of the Zippo. The last thing I saw was Silas's face. He wasn't a tree anymore. He was just a man standing in the middle of a void holding a piece of wood. He waved a small, tired gesture. "Don't come back, Ben," he said. Then there was only the cold. I woke up with a start. My face was pressed against the cold glass of a truck window. The heater was humming, a low, comforting vibration that rattled the dashboard. "Hey, easy there," a voice said. I blinked, my vision swimming. Miller was sitting in the driver's seat, his hands on the wheel. We were parked on the side of a dirt road. Beyond the windshield, the woods were dark, the trees covered in a thick layer of frost. "You fell asleep hard," Miller said, reaching for a thermos. "1 minute you're talking about the trail markers, the next you're out like a light. You were dreaming, mumbling something about August." I sat up, my bones aching. I rubbed my face, feeling the familiar stubble, the warmth of my skin. I looked at my hands. They were red from the cold, but they were mine. No moss, no gold sap. "August," I muttered. My voice was dry, but it sounded right. Why would I be dreaming about August? It's November. "Hell if I know, maybe you're just ready for the season to change. This winter's gonna be a long one." Miller handed me a cup of coffee. "You okay to keep going? We've still got 3 miles of ridge to check before the light's totally gone." "Yeah," I said, taking the coffee. The heat of the plastic cup felt like a miracle. "Yeah, I'm fine, just a weird dream." We drove in silence for a while. The headlights cut through the falling snow, illuminating the gray trunks of the pines. I watched them closely, waiting for a glint of brass, waiting for a shape that didn't belong. But there was nothing, just the woods, just the winter. I reached into my pocket to find my gloves. My fingers brushed against something small and hard. I pulled it out, expecting my lighter. It was a shard of glass, a piece of a heavy motel-style ashtray, and stuck to the edge of the glass was a single, tiny patch of green moss. I looked at it for a long time. My heart didn't hammer. My blood didn't turn to sap. I simply rolled down the window and tossed the shard into the snow. "Everything okay?" Miller asked. "Fine," I said. I looked at the side mirror. My reflection was there, clear and sharp in the glow of the dash lights. But as we passed a particularly thick stand of trees, I saw it just for a fraction of a second. A flicker of amber light in the darkness of the woods, a pair of eyes that didn't blink. I didn't tell Miller, I didn't look back. I just reached over and turned up the heater, letting the artificial warmth of the truck drown out the memory of the greenhouse. But as I sipped my coffee, I felt a faint, sweet taste on the back of my tongue. It tasted like sap. It tasted like forever. "It's a long way home," I said. "The longest," Miller agreed. We kept driving, two men in a small bubble of light, moving through a world that was much deeper and much hungrier than the maps ever dared to show. The silence in the truck was different now. It wasn't the companionable quiet of two men who had spent a decade patrolling the same timberlines. It was a pressurized silence, the kind that precedes a structural failure. Every time the tires crunched over a fallen branch, I flinched, expecting the snap of bone. Every time the heater vent whistled, I heard the phantom resonance of a cicada's wings. Miller didn't seem to notice. He was humming a low, tuneless melody, his eyes fixed on the narrow ribbon of the forest road. He looked so devastatingly normal. The salt and pepper stubble on his chin, the faded ring wear on his left hand, the way he squinted at the high beam reflections. He was an anchor to a world I wasn't entirely sure I still inhabited. "You're staring, Ben," Miller said, not breaking his gaze from the road. "You got something on your mind, or is my haircut really that fascinating?" "Just tired," I lied. My voice felt like it was traveling through a long, rusted pipe. "The dream, it's sticking to me." "Dreams do that in the shoulder seasons," he said, shifting gears as the incline steepened. "The air gets thin, the light gets weird. Your brain tries to fill in the gaps with whatever garbage it has lying around. My old man used to say the woods in November are just a graveyard waiting for the funeral to start. It messes with your head." I looked out the side window. The frost on the glass was crystallizing into intricate fern-like patterns. I reached out a finger to smudge one, then stopped. I didn't want to touch the shapes. I didn't want to see how much they looked like the leaves that had fallen from my own throat in that motel room, the room that shouldn't exist, the room I had supposedly burned out of my own history. If I had burned the memory, why was the taste of mint and ozone still coating my teeth? "We're coming up on the North Ridge," Miller announced, oblivious. "The sensors at Station 4 have been glitching, probably a squirrel chewing the wires, but dispatch wants a visual. We'll hop out, check the lead, and then we can head back to the station. I've got a steak in the fridge with my name on it." "Station 4," I repeated. The name sent a cold spike through my chest. Station 4 was less than a mile from the Great Oak. It was the gateway to the hollow where the cabin had been or hadn't been. My hand went instinctively to my pocket, seeking the Zippo. My fingers found only lint and the cold, smooth nylon of my uniform pants. I had burned the lighter. I had burned the shadow. "Miller," I said, my voice cracking, "let's skip 4. We can check it tomorrow in the daylight. The frost is getting heavy and the visibility is shit." Miller glanced at me, his brow furrowed. "Since when do you care about a little fog? We're already halfway there. Besides, if the sensor is down and a fire starts, even in this damp, we're the ones who'll be answering to the board. It'll take 10 minutes, Ben. What's the matter? You see a ghost?" "I just have a bad feeling." "Bad feelings don't fill out shift logs," he chuckled, but there was a flicker of concern in his eyes. He slowed the truck, the headlights sweeping across a wall of dense hemlock. Look, if you're really feeling off, stay in the cab. I'll run out, check the box, and be back before the heater even cools down. Deal. I wanted to say no. I wanted to grab the steering wheel and jerk the truck into a U-turn to flee until the smell of pine was replaced by the smell of exhaust and cheap city smog. But I saw my own reflection in the darkened dashboard, the badge on my chest, the steady set of my shoulders. I was a ranger. If I started running now, I would never stop. The summer would just wait for me at the end of every road. I'm coming with you, I said. We pulled into the turnout for Station 4. The engine cut out and the sudden absence of the hum was deafening. The woods pressed in, the silence so absolute it felt like a physical weight against my eardrums. It wasn't the silence of sleep, it was the silence of a predator holding its breath. We stepped out into the biting air. The ground was frozen hard, the mud turned into jagged ridges that crunched under our boots. Miller grabbed a heavy maglite from the door pocket, the beam cutting a violent white hole through the gloom. See, he said, his breath blooming in a pale cloud, just trees and dirt, no monsters. We hiked up the narrow trail toward the equipment shed. The light from Miller's flashlight danced across the trunks, and for a second I saw a flash of something, a pale, vertical line on a cedar tree. My heart hammered against my ribs. I moved closer, my hand hovering over my belt. It wasn't a door, it was just a strip of peeled bark. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. It's gone, I told myself. The fire worked. You're in the winter now. The winter is safe. We reached the sensor box, a dull gray metal housing bolted to a granite outcropping. Miller flipped the latches and swung the door open. He hissed through his teeth. Well, there's your problem, he said, shining the light inside. I leaned over his shoulder. The interior of the box was a nightmare of biological growth. It wasn't wires and circuit boards anymore. A thick, pulsating mass of emerald green moss had completely engulfed the electronics. It wasn't just growing on them, it was growing through them, the delicate copper filaments replaced by translucent vein-like tendrils. In the center of the mass, a single, tiny white flower had bloomed, its petals vibrating with a faint, mechanical hum. What the hell is this? Miller whispered, reaching out a gloved hand. This isn't local. It looks like something from a hothouse. Don't touch it, I barked, grabbing his wrist. Miller jumped, dropping the flashlight. It hit the ground, the beam spinning wildly before settling on a patch of shadows at the base of the rocks. Jesus, Ben, you're wound tighter than a watch spring. It's just rot. Excessive moisture in the casing, probably. It's not rot, I said, my eyes fixed on the white flower. It was turning slowly, following the movement of Miller's hand like a sunflower following the sun. It's a witness. A what? I didn't answer. I was looking past the box into the darkness where the flashlight beam ended. There, standing just beyond the circle of light, was a tree that shouldn't have been there. It was a white pine, but its needles were a vibrant, impossible gold, and its branches were draped in what looked like long, flowing tresses of human hair. Miller, I whispered, get back to the truck, now. Ben, you're losing it. Look, I'll just scrape this crap out of the box and... Look at the tree, Miller. Look at the goddamn tree. Miller turned, swinging the light toward the gold-needled pine. The beam hit the trunk and he froze. The hair wasn't hair. They were thin, dangling roots and they were twitching. But it wasn't the roots that made Miller make a small, whimpering sound in the back of his throat. It was the thing standing at the base of the tree. It was a man, or it had been. He was wearing a ranger's uniform, the fabric bleached white and brittle. His skin was the color of old parchment, stretched tight over a frame that seemed to be made of woven wicker. He had no eyes, only two deep, lightless hollows filled with the same emerald moss that was in the sensor box. It was Sila's, but not the Sila's I had seen by the fire. This was what happened when the fire went out. Sila's, Miller breathed, his voice trembling. Sila's, is that you? We thought you went over the ridge 3 years ago. We thought you were dead. The thing that had been Sila's didn't speak. It tilted its head, a wet, clicking sound echoing from its neck, the same sound I had heard in my own throat in the motel. It raised a hand, its fingers elongated into sharp, wooden talons. Ben, Miller said, backing away, the flashlight beam shaking. Ben, what do we do? Run, I said. But we couldn't run. The ground beneath our feet was no longer frozen mud. It was softening, turning into that black velvet loam. The smell of the greenhouse hit us like a physical blow, sweet, heavy, and suffocating. The frost on the nearby bushes began to melt, not into water, but into a thick, golden syrup that glowed with a faint internal light. The transition wasn't a door this time. It was a hemorrhage. The summer was leaking through the holes I had tried to burn shut. You can't unbuild a forest, a voice whispered. It didn't come from Sila's. It came from the wind, from the trees, from the very air we were breathing. You can only hide the tools. The Sila's thing stepped into the light. As it moved, I saw that it was connected to the gold-needled pine by a thick, pulsing umbilical cord of vine that ran into the base of its spine. It wasn't a person anymore. It was an organ, a sensory node for the woods. Miller, don't look at his eyes, I warned, but it was too late. Miller was staring into the moss-filled sockets, his own eyes beginning to glaze over. His breathing slowed, becoming rhythmic and mechanical, matching the hum of the white flower in the sensor box. It's so warm, Miller murmured. Ben, why is it so warm? It's a trick, Miller. It's the fever. Fight it. I lunged for him, grabbing his jacket and trying to haul him back toward the trail, but he was heavy, impossibly heavy, as if his bones were being replaced by lead or wood. The Sila's thing reached out and touched Miller's forehead with a wooden finger. Where the skin met the wood, a small green sprout instantly erupted, curling around Miller's temple like a crown of ivy. He is the witness now, the voice in the wind said. He has no memories to burn. He is pure. He is the perfect soil. No, I screamed. I reached into my belt looking for my flare gun, my knife, anything. My hand closed around the small, forgotten emergency kit in my side pocket. I ripped it open, spilling bandages and antiseptic wipes onto the loam. In the bottom of the kit was a single, waterproof matchbook. I struck a match. The flame was orange, weak, flickering, and pathetically human. It wasn't the white light of the Zippo. It was just a chemical reaction. But the Sila's thing recoiled. It hissed, a sound like steam escaping a boiler, and pulled its hand away from Miller. The moss in its eyes shriveled slightly, turning a sickly brown. The cold it rasped, its first actual words, the bite of the end. Get away from him, I snarled, stepping between the thing and Miller. I struck another match and then another, holding them out like a shield. I remember the winter. I remember the ice on the lake. I remember the way the wind cuts through the valley in January. You can't have him. The woods screamed. It was the sound of the cicadas again, but this time it was laced with a high-pitched, feminine wail. The gold-needled pine shuddered, its roots lashing out like whips. One of them caught me across the calf, tearing through my pants and leaving a stinging, sappy welt. I didn't fall, I couldn't afford to. I grabbed Miller by the collar and began to drag him. He was limp, his eyes rolled back in his head, the green sprout on his temple growing with visible speed. "Wake up, Miller, wake up." I slapped him hard, the sting of the blow seemed to crack the spell. His eyes cleared for a second, focusing on my face. "Ben," he gasped, the trees, they're eating the light. "Run to the truck, don't look back, just run." We scrambled down the trail, the forest transforming around us with every step. The hemlocks were stretching, their branches weaving together into a solid ceiling that shut out the stars. The air was becoming a soup of pollen and heat. I could feel the leaves unfurling in my own chest again, the sharp pressure against my lungs. We burst into the turnout. The truck was still there, but it was already being claimed. Vines were snaking around the tires, and a thick layer of moss was spreading across the windshield. I threw Miller into the passenger seat and dived behind the wheel. I slammed the key into the ignition and cranked it. The engine groaned. It turned over once, twice, then died with a wet, gurgling sound. Come on, you piece of junk," I screamed, slamming my fist against the dash. Outside the window, the sealess thing was emerging from the tree line. It wasn't running. It didn't have to. The forest was simply moving it forward, the ground undulating like a conveyor belt. Behind it, dozens of other shapes were appearing, the versions of me from the purple world, their amber eyes glowing in the dark. "Ben," Miller whispered, pointing at the windshield. The moss was growing across the glass so fast I could hear it, a soft, frantic scratching. In the center of the moss, words were beginning to form, traced by a ghostly, invisible finger. "The door is not a place." I looked at the radio. The digital display was flickering, the numbers replaced by a single repeating word: August, August, August. I realized then that the Zippo hadn't failed. The fire had worked. But I hadn't burned the woods. I had only burned my way out of one room and into another. The motel, the ridge, the truck, they were all just different chambers of the same heart. The heart of the summer. "Miller," I said, my voice strangely calm, "give me your lighter." "I don't smoke, Ben, you know that." "The emergency kit, the flares." Miller scrambled in the glove box, pulling out a plastic tube. He cracked a flare, and the interior of the truck was suddenly bathed in a violent, crimson light. The red smoke filled the cab, acrid and choking. I didn't use the flare to signal for help. I held it against the moss on the windshield. The moss shrieked. It didn't just burn, it retreated, pulling back from the heat in a frantic, liquid motion. I saw a gap in the growth, a small circle of clear glass. Through the gap, I didn't see the woods. I saw a hallway, a long, carpeted hallway with floral wallpaper and gold-rimmed sconces. At the end of the hallway was a door with the number 214. "The motel," I whispered. "What?" Miller coughed, the red smoke making his eyes stream. "Ben, what are you talking about? It's just the road." "It's not the road, Miller, it's the hinge." I realized the truth then. The summer wasn't trying to keep me in the woods. It was trying to keep me out of the motel. The motel was the exit. The motel was the place where the geometry worked. I grabbed the door handle. "Ben, don't, you'll let it in," Miller screamed. I'm not letting it in, I said, looking at him. The sprout on his temple had withered in the heat of the flare. I'm going through. I pushed the door open. I didn't step onto the dirt of the North Ridge. I stepped onto a cheap polyester carpet. The air was stagnant and smelled of old cigarettes. The red light of the flare followed me, casting long, bloody shadows against the beige walls. I turned back, expecting to see the truck Miller, the dying forest. There was only a door, a heavy oak door with a brass handle. I slammed it shut and threw the bolt. I was back in the room, but it wasn't the same room. The television was gone. The bed was gone. The walls were bare, the plaster cracked and peeling. In the center of the room, sitting on a single wooden chair, was Silas. He wasn't a tree, he wasn't a monster. He was just an old man in a flannel shirt, looking very, very tired. "You're persistent, Ben," he said. "I'll give you that." "Where is Miller?" I demanded, the flare still burning in my hand, dripping red sparks onto the floor. "Where is the truck?" "They're where you left them," Silas said, "in the dream of the winter, but you keep coming back to the heat. Why, you had the white fire, you could have stayed in the cold forever." "It wasn't real," I said, stepping toward him. The winter was a lie. I felt the sap. I tasted the mint. Silas sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "Everything is a lie, Ben. The woods, the motel, the valley. They're just clothes we put on the void so we don't have to look at it. But the summer is the naked truth. It's the hunger that makes things grow. It's the rot that makes things end." He stood up, his joints creaking. He walked to the window and pulled back the heavy velvet curtain. Outside, there was no parking lot. There were no trees. There was only a door, a single freestanding door in the middle of a vast, white desert. And standing in front of the door was a version of me. It was the one with the amber eyes. It was holding a key. "He's waiting for you to let him in," Silas said. "He's the part of you that wants to stop running, the part of you that wants to bloom." "I don't want to bloom," I whispered. "I want to go home." "Then you have to do the one thing you haven't tried yet," Silas said, turning to look at me. His eyes were no longer quartz, they were mirrors. I saw myself in them, a man covered in red smoke and ash holding a dying light. "What?" "You have to open the door," Silas said. "Not the one in the woods, not the one in the motel, the one inside." He reached out and touched my chest, right over my heart. I felt a sharp, agonizing pop. A leaf larger than any I had seen before began to emerge from my skin. It wasn't green. It was a brilliant, blinding white. The flare in my hand went out. The room plunged into darkness. And then I heard the clicking, not from the walls, not from the television. From my own heart. Snap. 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 The sensation of the leaf tearing through my sternum was not like a wound. It was like an unzipping. It was a cold, clinical detachment of the self. I looked down, though there was no light left in the room to see by, and I could feel the broad, serrated edges of the foliage brushing against the inside of my uniform shirt. It was stiff, like parchment, and it pulsed with a rhythm that was no longer synced to my heartbeat. The clicking in my chest intensified, a rapid-fire staccato of bone grinding against wood, as if a clockwork mechanism buried in my marrow was finally being wound to its limit. "It's not a death, Ben," Silas's voice drifted through the blackness, sounding further away now, as if he were speaking from the far end of a long tunnel. "It's a harvest. You've been ripening since the moment you stepped off that bus 3 years ago. Every fire you fought, every trail you cleared, you were just tilling the soil. I tried to speak, to curse him or to pray, but my tongue felt heavy and fibrous. When I opened my mouth, the scent of crushed mint and wet earth poured out, thick enough to choke on. I reached out blindly, my fingers brushing against the rough texture of the wallpaper, but the wallpaper wasn't paper anymore. It was damp, furrowed bark. The room was shrinking, the walls leaning in, the ceiling lowering until the crown of my head pressed against the cold, sodden plaster. The darkness began to bleed, not into light, but into a different kind of shadow, a deep, bruised purple that hummed with the vibration of 1,000 invisible wings. I wasn't in the motel anymore. I wasn't in the truck. I was standing in the center of a clearing I recognized with a jolt of primal terror. It was the place where the sensor box had been, but the granite outcropping was gone, replaced by a throne of twisted, calcified roots. And sitting on that throne was the version of me with the amber eyes. It wasn't moving. It sat with its hands resting on its knees, its skin glowing with a soft, bioluminescent gold. The white leaf protruding from my chest began to glow in sympathy, casting a pale, sickly light across the clearing. "You're late," the amberben said. His voice was my own, but stripped of all doubt, all fatigue. It was the voice of a man who had never known a winter. "Where is Miller?" I managed to croak, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. The creature smiled, and I saw that its teeth were small, polished river stones. "Miller is part of the mulch now. He didn't have the capacity for the white leaf. He was just filler, but you, Ben, you carried the fire. You kept the cold alive inside you for so long that, when it finally broke, the bloom was magnificent." I looked at my hands. The skin was translucent, the veins beneath glowing a faint electric green. I could feel my memories sliding away like sand through a sieve. I tried to think of my mother's face, of the smell of the city, of the sound of a car horn, but they were becoming abstract concepts, flickering images from a movie I had seen a long time ago. The only thing that felt real was the heat, the heavy, oppressive, eternal August. "I won't let you," I whispered, though I didn't know what I was resisting anymore. "You already did," the creature said, standing up. As it rose, the ground beneath it groaned. "You opened the door when you struck that first match in the motel. You thought you were fighting the summer, but fire is just the summer's breath. You didn't burn the woods, Ben, you fed them." The amberben stepped toward me, and as he did, the white leaf in my chest flared with a blinding intensity. The pain was absolute. It felt as though my ribs were being forced apart by a growing tree, my lungs compressed into nothingness. I fell to my knees, my forehead pressing into the black velvet loam. The soil was warm, it was inviting. I could feel the tiny, hair-like roots from the ground reaching up, tickling my skin, searching for a way in. They wanted to knit themselves into my pores, to anchor me to this place forever. "Look at the door, Ben," the creature commanded. I lifted my head. Behind the throne of roots, the freestanding door stood tall and silent. It wasn't made of wood anymore. It was made of light, the same harsh, white light of the Zippo, but stretched thin and tall. "That's the way out," I gasped. "No," the amberben said, reaching down and gripping my chin with fingers that felt like sun-warmed stone. "That's the way in. That door doesn't lead to the city or the past or the winter. It leads to the source, to the heart of the great August. If you go through, you'll never have to feel the cold again. You'll never have to watch things die. Because in the summer, nothing ever truly ends. It just changes shape." He pulled me up, his strength effortless. I was a child in his grip. He dragged me toward the door of light, and the closer we got, the louder the clicking in my chest became. It was a frantic, desperate sound now, the sound of a heart trying to beat its way out of a wooden cage. I remember the snow, I sobbed, clutching at the fading tatters of my mind. I remember how it felt to be cold, to be alone. Solitude is a winter luxury, the creature hissed. In the summer, we are all one. We are the hive. We are the forest. We reached the threshold. The heat coming from the door was staggering. It wasn't just physical heat. It was a psychological weight, a pressure that demanded total surrender. I saw shapes moving within the light, millions of them, a sea of amber eyes and swaying branches, a world where every inch of space was filled with growth, where there was no room for silence or stillness. The creature pushed me toward the white void. But as my hand crossed the threshold, something happened. The white leaf in my chest didn't catch fire, it didn't melt, it began to turn black. A deep obsidian black that swallowed the light of the door. The edges of the leaf curled and shriveled, and a sudden, violent chill radiated from my center. It was a cold so intense it surpassed anything I had felt on the North Ridge. It was the cold of deep space, of the absolute zero that exists before the birth of a star. The amberben screamed, dropping my chin and recoiling. His golden skin began to crack, black frost spreading across his chest where he had touched me. "What is this?" he shrieked, his voice distorting into the sound of 1,000 cicadas. "What have you brought here?" I didn't know, I didn't care. I only knew that for the first time in what felt like centuries, I could breathe. The minty, earthy smell was gone, replaced by the scent of ozone and ice. I looked at the black leaf. It wasn't a product of the summer. It was the one thing the summer couldn't digest. It was the core of the fire, the ash, the part of the winter that survives the burn. "You said I couldn't unbuild a forest," I said, my voice returning to its natural register, though it was underscored by a terrifying, hollow resonance. "But you can't build anything on ash." I didn't step back, I stepped forward, but not into the light. I reached into the center of the door and gripped the edges of the white void. With a roar of effort, I pulled. I wasn't trying to close the door, I was trying to tear it. The light resisted, snapping and hissing like a live wire. The amberben lunged at me, his wooden talons raking across my back, but I didn't feel the pain. I felt only the cold, the glorious, killing cold of the ash. The door began to fracture. Cracks of darkness spread across the white surface like ice breaking on a frozen lake. The screaming of the woods reached a deafening crescendo, a cacophony of breaking glass and falling timber. "You'll destroy everything," the creature wailed, its body beginning to dissolve into a cloud of golden pollen. "You'll leave us in the dark." "Good," I said. The door shattered. The explosion wasn't loud. It was a silent, concussive wave of nothingness that swept through the clearing, the motel, the forest, and the ridge. For a second, I was suspended in a vacuum, a place where time and space had been stripped away, leaving only the tiny black ember of my own consciousness. Then the weight returned. I was lying face down on something hard and cold. My lungs burned and my limbs felt like they were made of lead. I could hear a distant, rhythmic sound, a steady, mechanical beep. I opened my eyes. The light was gray and weak, filtering through a narrow window high up on a concrete wall. I was lying on a thin mattress covered by a scratchy wool blanket. My hands were bandaged, and there was a dull, throbbing ache in my chest. I tried to sit up, but a hand pressed gently on my shoulder. "Easy, Ben, don't try to move yet." I turned my head. It was Miller. He looked different. His face was pale, and there was a jagged scar running from his temple down to his jawline, the exact place where the green sprout had been. His eyes were tired, but they were human. They were brown, and they were filled with a terrible, haunted clarity. "Miller," I whispered. My voice was a rasp, my throat feeling like it had been scrubbed with sandpaper. "I'm here," he said, his voice trembling slightly. "We're in the infirmary at the district office. They found us 3 days ago." "Found us where?" Miller hesitated, looking down at his own bandaged hands. "In the turnout for Station 4. We were both inside the truck. The engine was seized, and the windows, Ben, the windows were covered in some kind of crystalline growth. The doctors said it was a rare form of frostbite, but I saw it move before the sun hit it." I looked around the room. It was a standard, sterile medical bay. No moss, no amber eyes, no clicking. "What about the sensor box?" I asked. Miller shivered. "The board sent a tech team up there yesterday. They said the box was empty. Not just broken, empty. Like someone had scooped out the guts with a spoon. And the tree, the one we saw." "The gold-needled pine," I murmured. "It was dead," Miller said. "It looked like it had been struck by lightning from the inside out. Just a black, hollow shell." I closed my eyes, a wave of exhaustion washing over me. "It's over then." Miller didn't answer for a long time. I heard him shift in his chair, the sound of his jacket rustling against the plastic. "Is it?" he asked finally. I opened my eyes and looked at him. He was staring at the window, at the gray sky beyond. "The doctors, Ben, they can't explain my scar. They say it's a chemical burn, but sometimes when the room gets too warm, I can hear it. I can hear the humming." I felt a cold knot of dread tighten in my stomach. I reached up and touched my chest beneath the hospital gown. I could feel the bandages, the thick padding of gauze. "They had to operate," Miller said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "They said you had a foreign object lodged under your sternum, some kind of calcified growth. They couldn't identify it. They sent it to the lab in the city." I looked at the bedside table. There was a small plastic specimen jar. Inside, floating in a clear preservative liquid, was a jagged, obsidian-black shard. It looked like a piece of coal or a fragment of a meteor. But as I watched, a tiny, microscopic bubble of gas escaped from the shard. And then I felt it. A faint, ghostly sensation of a breeze against my skin. Not a cold breeze. A warm one. The smell of mint drifted through the sterile air of the infirmary, faint but unmistakable. I looked at Miller, and for a split second I thought I saw a flash of amber in his eyes. It was gone as soon as it appeared, replaced by the dull brown of exhaustion, but the seed of doubt had been planted. "Ben," Miller said, his voice sounding strange, too smooth, too rhythmic. "The board, they want to talk to us. They want to know what happened on the ridge. They say there's a new protocol for the summer. They want us to lead the training." I looked at the black shard in the jar. It wasn't dead. It was just waiting. The ash wasn't the end of the fire. It was the memory of it. And in this place, memories had a way of taking root. "The door in the woods," I whispered. What was that? Miller asked, leaning closer. It's not a place, I said, repeating the words I had seen on the windshield. It's a hinge. I looked at the door of the infirmary. It was a simple gray metal door with a small wired glass window. Beyond it, I could hear the sounds of the office, the phones ringing, the muffle of voices, the hum of the air conditioning. But beneath those sounds, if I listened very closely, I could hear something else. The sound of a billion cicadas screaming for the sun. I reached out and grabbed the specimen jar, my fingers trembling. I wanted to smash it, to flush the black shard away, to bury it under 10 feet of concrete. But as my hand closed around the plastic, I felt a sudden, sharp sting in my palm. I looked down. A small green shoot was pushing its way through the bandages on my hand. I didn't scream, I didn't cry out. I just watched it grow, its tiny leaves unfurling with a slow, agonizing grace. It's almost August, Ben, Miller said, and this time he didn't even try to hide the smile. His teeth were white, perfect, and as hard as stone, and the forest is very, very hungry. I looked back at the window. The gray clouds were parting, and for the first time in days, the sun broke through. It was a harsh, golden light that filled the room, turning the white walls into the color of old parchment. I felt the clicking start again, not in my chest this time. In my head. Snap. 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 The door to the infirmary opened and a man in a suit walked in. He was carrying a clipboard and his eyes were hidden behind dark sunglasses. "Ranger Ben, Ranger Miller," he asked, his voice echoing in the small room. "I'm with the board. We're ready for your statement." I looked at Miller and then at the man in the suit. "We're ready," I said. And as I spoke, I felt the first leaf of the new season begin to bloom in the back of my throat. The winter was gone. The fire was out. The summer had finally come home. The man from the board didn't sit down. He stood at the foot of my bed, his silhouette cutting a sharp, dark notch into the aggressive sunlight streaming through the infirmary window. He didn't take off his sunglasses, and in the reflection of the polished black lenses, I saw two distorted versions of myself, a pale, bandaged ghost drowning in a sea of white linen. "My name is Mr. Thorne," he said. His voice had the dry, rhythmic quality of a locust's hum, smoothed over by years of bureaucratic polish. "I've been tasked with overseeing the transition. We've reviewed the preliminary reports from the recovery team. They're inconclusive." He flipped a page on his clipboard. The sound of the paper moving was like a serrated knife drawing across a whetstone. Beside me, Miller sat perfectly still. He wasn't blinking. I realized then that I hadn't seen him blink once since I'd woken up. He just stared at Thorne with an expression of serene, terrifying expectancy. "The recovery team mentioned the atmospheric anomalies," Thorne continued, his head tilting slightly. "The localized temperature spikes. The organic matter found in the engine manifold of your truck. They're calling it a freak botanical event, a rare fungal bloom triggered by the heat wave." "It wasn't a bloom," I said, the words thick and fibrous in my mouth. "It was a harvest." Thorne stopped. He scribbled something on his board. "A harvest. Interesting choice of words, Ranger." Silas used similar terminology in his final logs before he ceased communication. The mention of Silas sent a jolt of ice through my veins, a brief reprieve from the encroaching warmth. Silas is gone. He's part of it now. He's the soil. Silas is exactly where he needs to be, Thorn said, and for the first time a small, thin smile touched his lips. It wasn't a human smile. It didn't reach his hidden eyes. It was just a mechanical parting of skin. The board has been monitoring the North Ridge for 30 years, Ben. We knew the cycle was approaching its zenith. We just needed the right catalysts, men who could endure the heat without catching fire, men who could carry the seed. I looked at the specimen jar on the nightstand. The black shard was no longer sitting at the bottom. It was suspended in the center of the liquid, thin, hair-like filaments radiating from its dark core like the legs of a spider. It was feeding on the preservative, turning the clear fluid into a murky, tea-colored bile. "What did you do to us?" I whispered. "We gave you a purpose," Thorn said. "The world is cooling, Ben. The winters are getting longer, the cities are getting grayer. The Great August is the only thing keeping the balance. It's a reservoir of life, pure, unadulterated growth, but it needs conduits. It needs a way to bleed into the world of men." He stepped closer, the heat radiating from his suit like he'd just stepped out of a furnace. "The door in the woods was just a prototype. A physical representation of a metaphysical necessity, but the wood rots, the stone crumbles. The only permanent door is the one made of bone and blood." Miller stood up then. His movement was fluid, devoid of the usual hitch in his hip from an old hiking injury. He walked over to Thorn and stood beside him, a loyal soldier returning to formation. "The training," Miller said, his voice echoing Thorn's dry cadence. "When do we begin?" "Soon," Thorn replied. "The board has acquired a new facility, further south, where the sun never truly sets in July. You'll be the instructors. You'll show the new recruits how to listen to the clicking, how to welcome the white leaf." I felt the shoot in my hand twitch. It was growing faster now, the green tip bifurcating, sending a secondary tendril spiraling around my thumb. The pain was gone, replaced by a heavy, numbing bliss. It felt like my blood had been replaced by warm honey. I looked at my arm and saw the veins pulsing with that same electric green light I'd seen in the clearing. I wanted to fight. I wanted to scream for the doctors, to tell them that Thorn wasn't human, that Miller was a hollow shell filled with mulch. But the part of me that wanted to fight was shrinking. It was a small, shivering island in a rising tide of gold. "What about the ash?" I managed to ask, my eyes fixed on the black shard in the jar. The leaf turned black. I broke the door. Thorn's smile widened, revealing teeth that looked like rows of sun-bleached seeds. "You didn't break it, Ben. You tempered it. Every fire needs a hearth. Every forest needs a floor of shadow to rise from. The ash is the foundation. You are the foundation." He reached out and picked up the specimen jar. He unscrewed the lid. The scent that erupted from the glass was overwhelming, a concentrated blast of rotting peaches, hot asphalt, and ancient, stagnant water. It was the smell of a swamp that had been baking for 1,000 years. "Eat," Thorn commanded. I looked at the black shard. It was beautiful. It was the color of the space between stars, the final destination of all things that burn. "I can't," I choked out, even as my jaw began to unhinge, my muscles acting independently of my will. "You must," Miller said, his hand resting on my brow. His touch was scorching. "It's the only way to stay cool, Ben. If you don't take the ash, the summer will consume you from the inside out. You'll just be another fire on the ridge, but with the ash, you can be the king of the burn." My hand, the one with the green shoot, rose toward the jar. The tendril wrapped around the glass, pulling it toward my face. I saw the black shard vibrating, sensing its proximity to a host. It wanted to be back inside. It wanted to be the clockwork heart again. I looked at the window one last time. A bird flew past, a common sparrow. But as it crossed the pane of glass, it seemed to burst into a flurry of yellow petals, its song turning into a harsh, rhythmic clicking before it vanished into the glare of the sun. The world I knew was gone. There was no more winter. There was no more shade. I opened my mouth, and the black shard slid onto my tongue. It didn't taste like carbon or death. It tasted like the first breath of a thunderstorm. It was cold, so cold it burned, and as it slid down my throat, I felt the clicking in my head sync up with the clicking in my chest. Snap, snap, snap. The rhythm was perfect. It was the sound of a forest growing in the dark. It was the sound of the door swinging wide. Thorn nodded, satisfied. He tucked the clipboard under his arm. Welcome to the board, Ranger. Get dressed. The bus leaves at noon. There's a lot of clearing to do before the peak of the season. I sat up. The hospital gown fell away, revealing the intricate patterns of bark and lichen that had already begun to colonize my torso. The white leaf was gone, replaced by a deep, sunken pit of obsidian blackness right over my heart. I felt strong. I felt eternal. I stood up and walked to the window. I pressed my palm against the glass, and where my skin touched the surface, the frost didn't form. Instead, a delicate, crystalline pattern of heat cracks spread outward like a spiderweb made of light. Below, in the courtyard of the district office, I saw the other rangers. They were standing in the sun, their faces turned upward, their eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses. They were all waiting. "Is it hot enough for you, Ben?" Miller asked, standing at my shoulder. I looked at the sun, the great golden eye of the August, and I didn't blink. "No," I said, my voice a chorus of 1,000 dry leaves. "Not yet." We left the room, the sound of our footsteps on the linoleum sounding like heavy branches snapping in the wind. We walked down the hallway, past the nurses who didn't look up, past the water coolers that were running dry, past the posters of Smokey Bear that seemed to be curling and charring in their frames. We reached the front doors of the building. Thorn pushed them open, and the heat hit us like a physical wall. It was 110 degrees in the shade, and the air was thick with the golden haze of pollen. A long black bus was idling at the curb. Its windows were tinted so dark they looked like polished onyx. The driver sat motionless, his hands gripped at 10 and 2, his skin the color of cured leather. "Where are we going?" I asked as we stepped onto the melting asphalt. "Deep into the interior," Thorn said, gesturing toward the shimmering horizon, "where the soil is rich and the sun never sleeps. We're going to plant a new kind of woods, Ben, one that doesn't need rain." I stepped onto the bus. The interior was dim and smelled of cedar and old sweat. There were dozens of men already seated, all of them silent, all of them wearing the green uniform of the Forest Service. As I walked down the aisle, I saw their eyes flash in the shadows, amber, gold, and emerald green. I found a seat at the back. I looked out the rear window as the bus began to pull away, leaving the district office behind. I saw a small patch of grass near the entrance. It was brown and dying, scorched by the relentless heat. But as the bus passed, I saw a single, brilliant white leaf push its way through the parched earth. It wasn't a death, it was a harvest. The bus picked up speed, heading south toward the heart of the great August. I leaned my head against the vibrating glass and closed my eyes. In the darkness of my mind, I saw the door in the woods. It was standing open, and the light pouring through it was no longer blinding. It was welcoming. It was home. I felt the black shard in my chest pulse once, a cold beat in a warm world. Snap! The forest was growing, and I was the trail it followed. As the miles bled into one another, the landscape outside began to distort. The familiar pines and scrub oaks of the lower elevations didn't just disappear, they transformed. Their branches elongated, reaching toward the bus like skeletal fingers, their leaves turning into translucent scales that shimmered in the heat haze. The sky wasn't blue anymore. It was a bruised, heavy gold, the color of a sunset that refused to end. "Look," Miller whispered, pointing toward a distant ridge. I looked. A massive column of smoke was rising into the air, but it wasn't black or gray. It was a vibrant, pulsing crimson. It looked like a vein had been opened in the sky, spilling red light over the valley below. "The first fire of the season," Thorne said from the front of the bus. He didn't turn around. "It's beautiful, isn't it? The way the world purges itself to make room for the new growth." I watched the red smoke, and for a moment I remembered the flare I had held in the motel room. I remembered the fear, but the memory was thin, like a dream fading upon waking. The fear didn't belong to me anymore. It belonged to the man who had been afraid of the dark. The bus turned onto a gravel road that hadn't been on any map I'd ever studied. The trees here were different, taller, smoother, with bark that looked like polished brass. There were no birds here, no squirrels, no insects other than the constant, invisible cicadas. We pulled into a wide clearing surrounded by a high chain-link fence topped with concertina wire. In the center of the clearing stood a sprawling complex of low-slung concrete buildings. There were no signs, no flags, no marks of identification. "This is Station Zero," Thorne announced as the bus came to a halt. "Your new home, your new garden." The doors hissed open. We filed out, the heat wrapping around us like a heavy cloak. I looked at the concrete buildings and saw that they were covered in a fine green moss that seemed to breathe, the tiny fronds expanding and contracting in a rhythmic cycle. A group of men in white lab coats stood waiting for us. They didn't look like scientists, they looked like priests. They carried silver bowls filled with a thick amber liquid, and as we passed, they dipped their fingers into the bowls and traced a line across our foreheads. The liquid was cool, and as it touched my skin, it sank in, leaving a faint, glowing mark. "The mark of the summer," one of the priests murmured as I passed him. We were led into the main building, down a long, windowless corridor that smelled of ozone and wet earth. The walls were lined with monitors showing various parts of the forest, feeds from the sensor boxes, I realized. But these weren't just data points. They were windows into a world that was rapidly unmaking itself. I saw a feed from the North Ridge. The station where I had lived for 3 years was gone. In its place was a towering structure of twisted wood and bone, a cathedral of growth that reached toward the clouds. I saw the truck, or what was left of it, half buried in the soil, its metal frame being slowly digested by a swarm of translucent vines. "We are the architects of the new world," Thorne said, leading us into a large auditorium. "The board has spent decades preparing for this. The Great August is not a season, it is an awakening. and you rangers are the primary nervous system. He signaled to one of the technicians and the lights dimmed. A map was projected onto the front wall. It showed the entire continent, but it was covered in a sprawling network of red lines like a circulatory system. The heat is spreading, Thorne said. By this time next year, the frost will be a myth. The winter will be a memory. We are expanding the forest, pushing the boundaries of the Great August until the entire world is a single, unified organism. I felt a strange sensation in my chest, a pulling, as if the black shard was trying to connect with the red lines on the map. I looked at Miller, and his face was illuminated by the red light, his eyes wide and vacant. "What about the people?" someone asked from the back of the room. "The ones in the cities." Thorne turned, his sunglasses catching the red glow. "They will be integrated. The summer is inclusive. There is room for everyone in the mulch. Their energy will be recycled, their bodies used to fuel the next generation of the forest. Nothing is wasted." A cold shudder ran through me, but it was quickly suppressed by the warmth in my blood. The part of me that horrified by Thorne's words was becoming smaller and smaller, a tiny voice screaming at the bottom of a deep well. "Tonight we celebrate," Thorne said. "The first harvest is complete. The seeds have been sown. Tomorrow the work begins." We were dismissed to our quarters, small, cell-like rooms with walls made of the same breathing concrete. There were no beds, only mats made of woven vines. I sat down on my mat and looked at my hand. The green shoot had grown into a small, delicate flower, its petals a brilliant, blinding white. I touched the petal and it felt like silk. I lay back and closed my eyes, the clicking in my head settling into a slow, rhythmic lullaby. I thought about the door in the woods, and I realized that I hadn't torn it at all. I had only stepped through. I was the door, I was the hinge, I was the forest. And as I drifted off to sleep, I heard the sound of a billion cicadas, their voices rising in a triumphant, eternal chorus. The summer had finally come home, and it was never going to leave. I woke up in the middle of the night not because of a sound, but because of a presence. The room was dark, but the green moss on the walls was glowing with a soft, pulsing light. Silas was standing in the corner. He didn't look like a man anymore. His body was a lattice of wood and vine, his eyes the same mirrored quartz I had seen in the motel. But there was something different about him, a sadness that hadn't been there before. "Ben," he whispered, his voice like the rustle of dead leaves. "Silas," I sat up, the vines of my mat clinging to my skin. "How did you get here?" "I'm everywhere now," he said. "I'm the wind in the branches, the heat in the soil, but I'm still me for a little while longer." He stepped forward, his movements stiff and jerky. "You have to listen to me, Ben. The board, they're not telling you everything. The Great August isn't a gift, it's a consumption. It doesn't want to live with us, it wants to replace us." "It's beautiful, Silas," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "The growth, the heat, it's better than the cold." "It's an illusion," Silas hissed, his quartz eyes flickering. "The heat is just the friction of things being destroyed. The growth is just a cancer. Look at your hand, Ben. Look at what you're becoming." I looked at the white flower on my palm. It was glowing brightly, its scent filling the room. "It's a bloom," I said. "It's a parasite," Silas countered. "It's feeding on your memories, on your soul." Once it fully opens, the Ben that I knew, the man who fought the fires, the man who remembered the snow, he'll be gone. You'll just be another node in the network. He reached out a wooden hand, but he didn't touch me. There's still a way out. The black shard, it's not what they told you. It's not the foundation. It's the anchor. It's the only thing that can stop the integration. Thorn said it was the ash, I said, my head beginning to throb. He said it was the memory of the fire. It is, Silas said, and fire is the only thing the summer fears. Not the fire of a match, Ben, the fire of a will. You have to use the shard, you have to turn it against the source. How? Silas's form began to flicker, his edges blurring into the shadows of the room. The heart of the facility, the source room, that's where the door is kept. The real door, you have to take the shard there, you have to remember the winter. I don't remember it, I sobbed, the heat in my blood rising to drown out his words. It's too far away. Remember the snow, Ben. Silas's voice was fading, a distant echo in the clicking. Remember the silence. Remember the cold, the beautiful, lonely cold. He vanished, leaving only a faint scent of crushed mint and the fading glow of the moss. I sat in the dark, my heart, the black shard thudding against my ribs. Snap. 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 The rhythm was still there, but now there was a hitch in it, a tiny, discordant note of ice. I looked at the white flower on my hand. I reached out with my other hand, and with a sudden, violent motion, I ripped it out. The pain was excruciating, a jagged scream of nerves and bark. A thick, electric green fluid leaked from the wound, but beneath it, I saw something that shouldn't have been there. A drop of red blood. Red's the color of the fire, the color of the man. I stood up, my legs shaking, the cold from the black shard spreading through my limbs. I didn't know if Silas was real or just a hallucination born of a dying mind. But I knew one thing. I didn't want to be the mulch. I walked to the door of my cell. It wasn't locked. The summer didn't need locks. It relied on the willingness of the harvest. I stepped out into the hallway, the green moss hissing as I passed, the heat cracks on my skin glowing with a fierce, defiant light. I was going to find the source room. I was going to find the door. And then I was going to bring the winter back. The hallway felt longer than it had when Thorn led me in. The breathing concrete walls seemed to constrict, the moss pulsing with a sickly, rhythmic luminescence that matched the clicking in my skull. Every step I took felt like tearing roots out of dry earth. My internal temperature was a war zone. The black shard in my chest radiated a vacuum-like cold that warred with the unnatural fever of the building. I kept my hand closed tight over the spot where I'd ripped the white flower away. The red blood was sticky, a grounding reality against the ethereal green sap that wept from the rest of my jagged skin. I was a graft that hadn't taken, a splinter in the thumb of the great August. I reached a junction where the corridor split 4 ways. Above each archway there were no signs, only symbols etched into the stone that looked like the venation of different leaves. To the left, the oak, to the right, the hemlock, straight ahead, a symbol I didn't recognize, a circle with a jagged line bisecting it, like a cracked seed or a lidless eye. The source, I thought, the clicking in my head intensified as I approached the center door, a frantic, rhythmic warning. Going somewhere, Ranger. I froze. Miller was standing in the shadows of the hemlock arch. He wasn't wearing his sunglasses anymore. His eyes were entirely gold, the pupils reduced to vertical slits like a goat's. He looked remarkably relaxed, leaning against the living wall as if he were part of the masonry. I couldn't sleep, I said, my voice grating like sandpaper. The heat, it's a lot. Miller smiled, and I saw that his gums had turned the color of bruised plums. It's supposed to be a lot, Ben. It's the fullness of time. You're trying to fight the tide with a teaspoon. Why go back to being small? Why go back to being a thing that rots and dies in 70 years when you can be part of something that lasts for millennia? Silas said it's a consumption, I spat. He said we're just fuel. Miller's expression softened into something pitying. Silas was a transitionary phase. He had too much of the old world left in him. He couldn't handle the expansion. But you have the shard. You're the foundation, Ben. Don't throw away eternity for a memory of a season that's never coming back. He stepped toward me, extending a hand. His fingernails were long, translucent, and sharp as thorns. Give me the shard, Ben. You're not ready for the weight of it. Let me carry it for you. No, I said, backing toward the door with the cracked seed symbol. Miller's face contorted. The golden light in his eyes flared. You're making a mistake. The board doesn't like waste. If you won't be a pillar, you'll be the mulch. It's all the same to the forest. He lunged. He was fast, faster than any human, but I felt the black shard pulse in my chest, a sudden, violent discharge of absolute zero. As his hand closed around my throat, the heat cracks on my skin turned into veins of frost. Miller screamed, a sound like a dry branch snapping as his fingers began to turn white and brittle. I shoved him back. He hit the wall, and I heard the sickening crunch of wood. He didn't bleed red. A thick, honey-like substance oozed from his cracked shoulder. I didn't wait to see if he'd get up. I threw my weight against the center door. It didn't have a handle, but as I pressed my frostbitten palm against the stone, the cracked seed symbol glowed a dull, angry purple. The stone dissolved into a fine gray ash, and I tumbled through. The source room wasn't a room at all. It was a cavern, vast and echoing, carved directly into the bedrock of the mountain. The air here was different. It wasn't just hot. It was pressurized, heavy with the scent of ozone and ancient, crushed minerals. In the center of the cavern sat the source. It looked like a massive heart, the size of a house, suspended from the ceiling by thousands of thick, pulsating vines that looked like copper wiring. It was translucent, and inside I could see things moving, shapes that looked like birds, like deer, like men, all swirling in a slow, golden slurry. And right in front of the heart stood the door. It was the same door from the woods, the one I'd found near the station. But here, stripped of the forest's camouflage, it was a terrifying thing. It was a rectangular void, a hole cut out of reality itself. Through it, I didn't see trees or sunlight. I saw the great August in its purest form, a landscape of white-hot light where the very concept of shadow had been murdered. It's magnificent, isn't it? Thorn was standing on a metal catwalk above the door. He looked down at me, his clipboard gone, replaced by a long, silver needle that hummed with a low frequency. You've come a long way for a man who's supposed to be dead, Ben, Thorn said. Most of the candidates don't make it past the first night. Their hearts give out. The transition is demanding. Close it, I gasped, the pressure in the room making my ears bleed. Close the door, Thorn. Thorn laughed, a dry, rattling sound. Close it, we're just getting started. This isn't just a door, Ben, it's a mouth, and it's hungry. We've spent 40 years feeding it small things, rabbits, deer, the occasional hiker who wandered too far, but it needs more. It needs a consciousness. It needs a ranger. He descended the stairs, his boots clanging on the metal. The black shard you swallowed. It wasn't a gift. It was a hook. You are the anchor, Ben. Once you step through that door, the connection will be permanent. The great August will have a bridge into this world that can never be burned down. I felt the shard in my chest begin to vibrate, pulling me toward the void. My boots scraped against the stone as I was dragged forward by the very thing inside me. The clicking in my head reached a deafening crescendo, a rhythmic chant of give, give, give. I won't, I groaned, digging my heels in. You don't have a choice, Thorn said, standing just a few feet away. The forest grows where it wills, you're just the trail it follows. He raised the silver needle, ready to plunge it into the black pit over my heart. Don't fight it, Ben, think of the peace. No more winter, no more dying, just the long, golden afternoon forever. I looked at the door, I looked at the white-hot light, the void that promised to erase everything I had ever been. And then I remembered. I remembered the smell of wood smoke on a crisp October morning. I remembered the way the first frost crunched under my boots. I remembered the silence of a snow-covered ridge, the way the world held its breath in the cold, waiting for a spring that was earned, not stolen. I remembered the winter. The black shard in my chest didn't just pulse, it shattered. The cold that erupted from my body was unlike anything I'd ever felt. It wasn't just the absence of heat. It was a physical force, a wave of absolute stillness that froze the very air. Thorn's needle shattered in his hand. The moss on the walls turned to gray, brittle husks. The pulsating vines of the source began to crackle as the liquid inside them turned to ice. Thorn stumbled back, his face a mask of horror. What are you doing? You'll kill us all. You'll kill the forest. The forest is already dead, I said, my voice no longer a chorus of leaves, but a single, sharp crack of ice. You're just keeping the corpse warm. I reached into the sunken pit in my chest. My fingers didn't feel the pain, they felt the sharp, jagged edges of the broken shard. I pulled it out, a handful of obsidian ice that smoked with a freezing vapor. The door reacted, the white light flickered, turning a pale, sickly violet. The pressure in the room shifted, the vacuum of the void trying to suck the cold out of me. I didn't step into the light, I threw the shard at the source. The obsidian fragment pierced the translucent wall of the giant heart. For a second, everything went silent. The clicking stopped. The humming stopped. Even the heat seemed to pause, hovering on the edge of a precipice. Then the heart began to freeze. The golden slurry inside turned to a dull, frosted amber. The cracks spread outward, racing up the vines toward the ceiling, shattering the copper-like conduits. The great August screamed, not a sound of a voice, but the sound of a billion trees dying at once, a roar of snapping timber that shook the mountain to its foundations. The door began to collapse. The rectangular void buckled, the edges fraying like burnt paper. The white light was being swallowed by a creeping, crystalline darkness. Thorn lunged at me, his face a ruin of frostbite and fury. You fool, you've ruined 40 years of work, you've killed the future. I didn't fight him, I didn't have to. As the source died, the energy that sustained the Rangers vanished. Thorn's body, held together by the unnatural growth of the August, began to unravel. His skin turned to dry bark and blew away in the freezing wind. His bones crumbled into gray ash. Within seconds, there was nothing left of him but a heap of mulch on the stone floor. I turned back to the door. It was a sliver now, a dying ember of heat in a room that was rapidly becoming a tomb of ice. I felt my own strength fading. The red blood on my hand had frozen, and the green sap was turning to slush in my veins. My heart, my real heart, wasn't beating. The shard had been my life, and now the shard was gone. I slumped against the base of the dying heart. The cavern was dark now, lit only by the faint, dying glow of the frost. I reached out and touched the stone floor. It was cold, truly beautifully cold. I closed my eyes. I didn't hear the cicadas anymore. I heard the wind, not the hot, pollen-heavy wind of the August, but a sharp, biting wind from the north. It smelled of pine needles and coming snow. Somewhere far away, I heard the sound of a single bird. Not a clicking, petal-bursting monstrosity, but a common sparrow, singing a simple, lonely song in the dark. The door was gone. The forest was silent. The great August was over. I stayed there for a long time, drifting in the gray space between life and the mulch. I expected to die, to simply become another layer of sediment in the mountain's history. But the cold wouldn't let me go. It wrapped around me like a shroud, preserving what was left of the man I used to be. When I finally opened my eyes, the cavern was empty. The giant heart was a hollowed-out shell of ice, its vines hanging like frozen tinsel. The door was a scar on the wall, a faint line of soot where the void had been. I stood up. My limbs were stiff, my skin a patchwork of gray scars and pale, frost-bitten flesh. I was a ghost of a man, a winter thing left behind in a world that was still trying to remember how to breathe. I walked out of the source room, through the ash-filled archway, and down the silent corridors of Station Zero. The priests in their lab coats were gone, reduced to heaps of dust. The monitors were dark. The breathing concrete was still. I pushed open the front doors of the facility. The sun was rising over the ridge. It was a pale, weak sun filtered through a heavy layer of gray clouds. The air was cool, not freezing, but the honest, brisk cool of a late September morning. I looked down at the courtyard. The black bus was still there, but its tires were flat, its windows shattered by the sudden drop in temperature. I walked past the bus toward the gate. On the parched earth where the white leaf had once pushed through, I saw something else. A small green sprout, a real one, a maple seedling, its leaves tiny and fragile but unmistakably alive. It wasn't pulsing. It wasn't clicking. It was just growing slowly and quietly in the dirt. I knelt down and touched the soil. It was damp. I looked toward the horizon, toward the north ridge where my station had been. The red smoke was gone. The sky was a clear, bruised blue. I didn't have a truck. I didn't have a uniform. I didn't have a heart. But as I started to walk, my boots crunching on the gravel, I felt a familiar sensation in my chest. A slow, steady thud. It wasn't a snap. It wasn't a click. It was a beat. I headed north toward the mountains, toward the shadows. There was a lot of clearing to do before the winter truly arrived, and for the first time in a long time, I was looking forward to the snow. The woods were still there. They were deep and they were dark, but the door was closed. And I was the one who held the key. The silence of the mountain was the loudest thing I had ever heard. For weeks, the world had been a cacophony of organic machinery. The wet slap of growing vines, the rhythmic clicking of the hive mind, the roar of a heat that felt like a physical weight. Now, as I limped away from the concrete maw of Station Zero, the only sound was the rhythmic crunch of my own boots on the frost-dusted gravel. It was a lonely sound, but it was mine. I reached the perimeter fence, the chain link now brittle and white with rime. I didn't climb it. I simply leaned my shoulder against a sagging post and the metal snapped like glass. The power was gone. The Great August had been a closed circuit, a feedback loop of stolen vitality, and I had shattered the capacitor. The forest beyond the fence looked like a battlefield. The hyper-evolved flora of the summer, the giant ferns with their serrated edges, the trees that bled orange sap, the flowers that pulsed with bioluminescence were all dying. They couldn't handle the sudden drop in temperature. They were tropical dreams caught in a subarctic reality. I watched as a massive, succulent-like vine withered before my eyes, its turgid skin blackening and collapsing into a puddle of foul-smelling mulch. It was a massacre of the unnatural. My own body felt like a foreign country. The green fluid had stopped leaking from my pores, replaced by a sluggish, cold ache in my joints. The patch of skin where I had ripped out the white flower was a jagged silver scar. I looked at my hands. They were pale, the fingernails tinged with a permanent blue, but the wood-like grain of the summer was fading. I was becoming flesh again, though it was a cold, hard kind of flesh. I began the long trek back toward my sector. I didn't have a map, and the landmarks had been altered by the rapid growth, but I knew these woods. I knew them by the tilt of the ridges and the way the wind moved through the hollows. By midday, the pale sun had climbed as high as it would go, casting long, weak shadows across the valley. I found a stream that had once been choked with thick, purple algae. Now the water ran clear and icy over the stones. I knelt down, cupping the water in my hands. It was so cold it made my teeth ache, a sharp, wonderful pain that grounded me in the present. As I drank, I saw my reflection. My eyes weren't gold anymore. They were a flat, stony gray, the color of a winter sky before a storm. I looked like a man who had been hollowed out and filled with snow. "Ben." The voice was thin, a mere wisp of sound carried on the breeze. I spun around, my hand instinctively dropping to the empty holster at my hip. A figure was huddled beneath a dead hemlock a few yards away. It was a woman, or what was left of one. She was wrapped in a tattered ranger's jacket, her skin a mosaic of green scales and peeling sunburn. It took me a moment to recognize the sharp line of the jaw, the way she held her shoulders even in collapse. "Sarah," I whispered. She had been the ranger from Sector 4, missing for 3 months. We'd all assumed she was mulch. She looked up at me, her eyes clouded with cataracts. Is it over, the clicking? I can't hear the clicking anymore." I walked over to her and sat down in the dirt. She smelled like damp earth and rot, but beneath it there was the faint, salt scent of a human being. "It's over," I said. "The door is closed." She reached out a trembling hand, her fingers brushing the sleeve of my shirt. "It's so cold, Ben. I forgot what the cold felt like. It's beautiful." "It's just autumn," I said softly. "Thorne said it was a waste," she muttered, her head lolling back against the trunk. "He said the winter was just a waiting room for death, but he was wrong. The summer was the cage. Everything was so loud. Everyone was so close. I couldn't find the edges of myself anymore." She began to cough, a wet, racking sound that brought up flecks of green foam. The integration had gone too deep in her. Without the source to sustain the graft, her body was failing. She was like a hothouse flower left out in the first frost. "Stay with me," she whispered, her grip tightening on my arm. Her skin felt like parchment. "Just for a minute. I don't want to go back into the green." I stayed. I held her hand as the sun dipped behind the western peaks and the air turned sharp enough to cut. I watched the light fade from her clouded eyes, and when her breathing finally stopped, it wasn't a violent end. She simply stiffened, her body becoming as rigid and silent as the wood she had nearly become. I buried her under the hemlock, digging into the cooling earth with my bare hands. The soil was stubborn, resisting me, but I didn't mind the work. It felt honest. When I was finished, I stood over the small mound and realized I didn't know a prayer. So I just stood there in the silence, a sentinel for the first casualty of the new winter. I kept walking. As I crossed into Sector 3, I began to see the remnants of the others. There were structures in the woods I hadn't seen before, towers made of woven bone and living wood, altars where the harvest had been prepared. They were all silent now, the priests and the acolytes either dead or fled into the deeper shadows. I found a group of them near an old fire lookout, huddled together for a warmth that would never come. They didn't look like monsters, they looked like frightened children, their gold eyes staring vacantly at a world they no longer understood. They didn't attack me, they didn't even move, they were just waiting for the end of their season. I reached my old cabin 3 days later. The porch had been reclaimed by the forest, thick vines snaking through the floorboards and into the windows. The door was hanging by a single hinge. I stepped inside, the floorboards groaning under my weight. The interior was a jungle. A massive fern had sprouted in the center of the living room, its fronds brushing the ceiling. My books were rotted, my furniture covered in a thick carpet of moss. But in the corner, under a fallen shelf, I found what I was looking for. My old heavy coat. I shook it out, clouds of spores and dust erupting from the wool. I pulled it on, the weight of it comforting, a suit of armor against the encroaching chill. I found a tin of coffee in the back of the pantry, the seal miraculously unbroken. I built a fire in the hearth. It took a long time, the wood was damp and the chimney was choked with nests, but eventually a small, stubborn flame took hold. I sat on the floor, watching the orange light dance on the walls, and for the first time in what felt like years, I felt a flicker of warmth that didn't come from a shard or a fever. But the silence wasn't perfect. As the fire grew, I heard a sound from the cellar. A slow, rhythmic thud. Thump-it, thump-it, thump-it. It wasn't the clicking of the summer. It was deeper, more metallic. I picked up a heavy iron poker from the hearth and walked to the cellar door. The wood was swollen, jammed tight. I kicked it open, the splinters flying into the darkness below. The cellar was flooded with a foot of black water. In the center of the room, half submerged, was a machine. It looked like a generator, but it was covered in the same copper-like vines I had seen in the source room. It was a relay, a secondary node that had survived the initial collapse. A man was crouched over it. He was small, his back humped, his skin the color of a wet toad. He was frantically trying to scrape the ice off the machine's cooling fins, his breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps. "It's not dead," he hissed, not looking up, "it's just sleeping. The roots go deep, Ranger. You can't kill the sun. You can only hide from it for a little while." "Step away from the relay," I said, my voice echoing in the small space. The man turned. It was Miller, or what was left of him. Half of his face had sloughed off, revealing the pale, white wood beneath. His golden eyes were dim, like dying embers. "You think you won?" he cackled, a wet, bubbly sound. "You just brought the rot back. Look at you, Ben. You're freezing, you're dying, you're choosing to be a corpse in a coat." "I'm choosing to be a man," I said. Miller lunged at me, his fingers hooked like talons. He was weak, his movements sluggish in the cold. I swung the iron poker, the heavy metal catching him in the ribs with a dull thud. He fell into the black water, splashing feebly. "The door is just a door," Miller wheezed, the water turning dark with his honey-thick blood. "There are others. The summer is patient. It has all the time in the world." I didn't answer. I stepped over to the relay. It was humming, a low-frequency vibration that made the water ripple. I could feel the heat radiating from it, a foul, sickly warmth that tried to crawl up my legs. I raised the poker and brought it down on the machine. Again and again. The copper vines shrieked as they were severed. Sparks flew, smelling of ozone and burnt sugar. I beat the machine into a heap of twisted metal and broken glass until the humming finally died, replaced by the simple, steady drip of water from the ceiling. Miller was silent now, his body floating face down in the dark. I climbed back up the stairs and closed the cellar door. I walked back to my fire and sat down. The night came on fast and hard. Outside, the wind began to howl, a true mountain gale that rattled the rafters and clawed at the walls. I leaned my head back against the stone of the fireplace and listened. I thought about Silas. I wondered if he had been a ghost, a memory, or just the last spark of my own humanity trying to save itself. I thought about the black shard, now frozen in the heart of the mountain. I wondered if it was truly an anchor or if it was a seed of its own, waiting for a different kind of season to wake up. I looked at the white scar on my hand. It was glowing faintly in the firelight. I realized then that the war wasn't over. The great August had been pushed back, but the woods were still full of its remnants. There were other stations, other relays, other men like Thorne who had traded their souls for a seat in the sun. They would be coming. They would try to reopen the door. They would try to bring the heat back. I reached into the fire and pulled out a glowing ember with the iron tongs. I held it close to my face, feeling the honest, searing heat of it. I wasn't just a ranger anymore. I was the winter. I spent the next few days preparing. I cleared the vines from the cabin, burning them in a great pyre in the yard. I scavenged what I could from the surrounding woods, old cans of fuel, tools, a rusted shotgun I found in a ditch. I found my old truck, half buried in a drift of dead leaves. The battery was dead, but the engine was solid. I spent a day hand-cranking it, my muscles screaming, until the old V8 finally roared to life, coughing out a cloud of black smoke that smelled like salvation. I loaded the truck with everything I had left. As I drove out of the sector, I looked back at the cabin. It looked small and fragile against the backdrop of the dying forest. But the smoke from the chimney was a straight white line against the gray sky. It was a signal. I didn't head for the town. The town would be a mess of confusion and fear, people waking up from a dream they didn't remember, wondering why the world had suddenly turned cold. They didn't need me. I headed deeper into the mountains. I headed for the high passes, the places where the snow never fully melts, even in the hottest of years. There were more doors out there. I could feel them, tiny pinpricks of heat in the cold tapestry of the world. The clicking was gone, but the silence had its own language. It told me that the earth was tired. It told me that the seasons were broken and that someone had to stand guard while the world tried to heal. I pulled the truck over at the top of the pass. Below me, the valley was a sea of gray and brown, the vibrant, poisonous green of the summer finally fading into the muted tones of a real October. I got out of the truck and stood at the edge of the cliff. The wind whipped my coat around my legs, and for the first time, I didn't feel the cold as an enemy. I felt it as a part of me. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small object I'd found in the ruins of Thorne's office. It was a compass, its needle spinning aimlessly, unable to find north in a world where the poles had been shifted by the door. I held it in my palm for a moment, then tossed it over the edge. I didn't need a needle to tell me where I was going. I looked up at the clouds. A single flake of white drifted down, dancing in the turbulent air before landing on my scarred hand. It didn't melt. It sat there, a perfect crystalline star, defiant and cold. The first snow. I climbed back into the truck and shifted into gear. There was a lot of ground to cover before the drifts got too deep. There were fires to be lit and doors to be barred. The man who remembered the snow was gone. In his place was something new, something harder. I drove into the white, the tires hummed against the frozen road, and for the first time in a long time, I knew exactly who I was. I was the frost at the window. I was the ice on the lake. I was the ranger, and the winter was mine. The road ahead was a choked artery, a winding gray ribbon strangled by the skeletal remains of the summer's frantic expansion. I drove with the windows cracked, the heater in the old truck core-rattled and wheezing, blowing a faint metallic warmth against my boots. The air outside was sharpening, honing itself against the granite peaks of the Sawtooth Range. Every mile I traveled north, the green receded further, replaced by the bruised purples and burnt umbers of a forest that had been suffocated and was now finally allowed to decay. The silence of the high country was different from the silence of the valley. In the valley, the silence felt like a held breath, a predatory pause. Up here, it was the silence of stone and ice, indifferent, ancient, and absolute. I passed a ranger station near the timberline, its roof caved in by a massive, mutated cedar that had grown too fast for its own cellular structure to support. The tree was now a blackened husk, its needles scattered like rusted needles across the road. I didn't stop. I knew what I would find inside, more corpses of men and women who had tried to embrace the heat, their bodies now nothing more than fertilizer for a spring that might never come. I reached the summit of Blackwood Pass as the light began to fail. The sky was a deep, oceanic indigo, the stars beginning to prick through the haze like chips of diamond. I pulled the truck into a turnout and killed the engine. The silence rushed in to fill the vacuum, heavy and cold. I sat there for a long time, my hands gripped tight on the steering wheel, watching my breath bloom in the air. It was a rhythmic ghost, a white mist that appeared and vanished with the beat of my heart. I reached into the glove box and pulled out the logbook I'd taken from the ruins of the gatehouse. It was a thick, leather-bound volume, the pages warped by humidity but still legible. It wasn't a standard ranger log. It was a ledger of the hollow men, the ones who had been chosen to facilitate the transition. Thorne's name was there, scrawled in a precise, arrogant hand, but there were others. Names I recognized from the regional briefings, names of men I had shared coffee with at the annual seminars in Boise. They had been divided into cells. Station 0 was the heart, the primary pump, but there were secondary nodes scattered across the Pacific Northwest. Sites designed to ensure that if the main door was compromised, the summer would still have a foothold. I traced a finger over a map tucked into the back of the book. There were red circles around 5 coordinates. One was my own sector. One was the coastal range near Astoria. And one, the largest circle, was located in the depths of the Frank Church Wilderness, a place so remote and rugged that the locals called it the River of No Return. That was where the next relay was. If the signal from Station 0 had been the command, the relay in the Frank Church was the echo. If I didn't silence it, the frost would be nothing more than a temporary reprieve. The summer would crawl back out of the earth as soon as the sun gained a fraction of its strength. I slept in the cab of the truck, wrapped in my heavy wool coat and a moth-eaten sleeping bag. My dreams were fractured, a kaleidoscope of green eyes and clicking mandibles, but they were distant, like a radio station fading out as I drove beyond its range. When I woke, the windshield was patterned with a thick, intricate lace of frost. I scraped a small hole in the ice and looked out. The world was white. A true snowfall had moved in overnight, burying the road under 6 inches of dry, powdery flakes. It softened the jagged edges of the dead forest, turning the graveyard of the great August into a silent, rolling landscape of marble. I felt a surge of something that might have been joy if I still had the capacity for it. It was a clean slate. I started the truck, the engine groaning in protest against the cold, and began the descent toward the wilderness boundary. The road was treacherous, the tires sliding on hidden patches of ice, but I drove with a calm, mechanical precision. My hands didn't shake. My eyes didn't tire. The cold had settled into my marrow, turning my reflexes into something sharp and brittle. By noon, I reached the end of the drivable road. A massive rockslide, triggered by the rapid route expansion of the previous month, had obliterated the trail. From here, it would be on foot. I packed a ruck with the essentials, the shotgun, a box of shells, a gallon of kerosene, and the iron poker I'd taken from my cabin. It was a crude arsenal, but I wasn't hunting animals. I was hunting a frequency. The hike into the Frank Church was a descent into a primeval world. The trees here were massive, their trunks scarred by the passage of the heat walkers. The scout's thorn had sent out to mark the territory. I saw their signs everywhere, strange, geometric carvings in the bark, piles of bleached bones arranged in circles, and the lingering, cloying scent of rotting nectar. The deeper I went, the more the temperature seemed to fluctuate. I would walk through a pocket of freezing mountain air, only to step into a sudden, localized bank of warmth that smelled of damp earth and orchids. These were the breathers, vents where the subterranean heat was still leaking through the crust. In these pockets, the snow had melted, leaving patches of mud that pulsed with a faint, rhythmic vibration. I found the first sentinel near a frozen waterfall. It was a man once. He was standing perfectly still in the center of the trail, his feet rooted into the permafrost. His skin had been replaced by a translucent, amber-like resin, and his chest was open, a cluster of crystalline shards growing where his lungs should have been. He was a living tuning fork, vibrating in sympathy with the relay deeper in the woods. As I approached, his head snapped toward me. There was no movement in his neck. The entire upper half of his body simply rotated with a sickening wooden creak. His eyes were gone, replaced by the same amber resin, glowing with a dim internal heat. "The sun is coming back," he croaked. The voice didn't come from his mouth, which was sewn shut with fine, green filaments. It resonated from the crystals in his chest. You are out of season, Ranger. I'm the winter, I said, my voice flat. He lunged, his movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet being pulled by invisible wires. He was fast, his resin-coated limbs cutting through the air with a whistling sound. I stepped aside, the shotgun coming up in one smooth motion. I didn't aim for the head, I aimed for the crystals. The blast echoed through the canyon, a thunderous crack that shattered the silence. The buckshot shredded the sentinel's chest, sending shards of amber and bone flying into the snow. He didn't scream. He simply collapsed, his body shattering like a dropped vase. The heat radiating from his remains dissipated instantly, the steam rising for a few seconds before the cold claimed it. I didn't linger. The shot would have alerted anything else in the vicinity. I moved faster now, following the trail of warmth, the air growing thicker and more humid with every mile. The relay wasn't a machine like the one in my cellar. It was something far older and more terrible. I found it in a natural amphitheater at the base of a towering granite cliff. The center of the clearing was a boiling pit of mud and organic matter, a literal womb of the summer. In the middle of the pit stood a structure made of woven bone and pulsing, translucent vines shaped like a massive, inverted bell. It was humming, a deep, subsonic thrum that vibrated in my teeth and made my vision blur. Around the pit, dozens of the amber-skinned sentinels were kneeling, their heads bowed, their crystalline chests glowing in unison. They were a choir of the unnatural, singing the summer back into existence. Standing at the edge of the pit was a figure I recognized. He was wearing a tattered suit, his hair white and wild, his skin stretched thin over his skull. It was Dr. Eris, the lead biologist from the university project that had discovered the anomalies in the North Ridge. "Ben," he shouted, his voice filled with a manic, terrifying glee. He didn't look at me. He was staring at the bone bell, his hands raised as if in prayer. "You're just in time. The first movement is almost over. Can you feel it? The earth is waking up. We don't need the door anymore. We've planted the seeds in the very bedrock of the world." "Shut it down, Eris," I said, stepping into the clearing. The sentinels didn't move. They were locked in their trance, their collective energy feeding the relay. "You can't shut down the spring," Eris laughed, turning to face me. His eyes were wide, the pupils dilated until they were nothing but black holes. "It's an inevitability. The ice is a mistake, a cosmic stutter. We are the correction." He pulled a small silver remote from his pocket, a detonator for the chemical catalysts they had pumped into the pit. "One spark, Ben, that's all it takes. A chain reaction that will turn this entire mountain range into a furnace. The snow will melt in an hour. The floods will wash away the old world and the new one will rise from the silt." I looked at the bone bell. I could see the liquid gold pulsing through the vines, the same fluid that had once run through my own veins. It was beautiful in a way, a masterpiece of biological engineering and ancient, forgotten physics. "The world doesn't want to be corrected," I said. I didn't use the shotgun, I used the kerosene. I uncapped the gallon jug and began to pour it in a wide arc across the snow, creating a barrier between myself and the pit. Eris watched me, his expression shifting from triumph to confusion. "What are you doing? Fire won't stop this. Fire is what it wants." "Not this kind of fire," I said. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small, black shard I had kept, the one I'd taken from the source room at Station Zero. It was cold, so cold it burned my skin. I had realized on the drive up that the shard wasn't just a battery. It was a vacuum. It absorbed heat. It was the concentrated essence of the void between the stars. I threw the shard into the center of the bone bell. For a second, nothing happened. Then the humming stopped. The gold light in the vines turned a sickly, frozen blue. The vibration in the air didn't just cease, it reversed, becoming a suction that pulled the warmth out of the clearing with a violent, rushing sound. The mud in the pit froze instantly, the boiling bubbles turning into jagged peaks of black ice. The bone bell cracked, the vines shattering like glass. Eris screamed as the temperature in the clearing plummeted 40 degrees in a heartbeat. He tried to press the button on his remote, but his fingers were already blue, the plastic of the device turning brittle and snapping in his hand. The sentinels began to shatter. One by one, their resinous bodies succumbed to the sudden, absolute zero of the shard. They didn't fall, they simply disintegrated, their remains becoming part of the frost. I stood at the edge of the clearing, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. The kerosene I'd poured hadn't been for a fire, it was for the truck. I needed to get out of here before the vacuum expanded too far. Eris was on his knees, his skin turning the color of slate. He looked at me, his mouth working silently, his eyes filled with a sudden, lucid terror. He finally understood. The winter I had brought wasn't just a season, it was an end. I turned and walked away. I didn't look back when I heard the final, crystalline snap of the bone bell collapsing. I didn't look back when the silence of the Frank church became something so heavy it felt like it could crush the mountains themselves. I hiked back to the truck through a world that was now truly, irrevocably dead. The pockets of warmth were gone, the breathers were silent. The forest was no longer a battlefield, it was a tomb. I reached the truck as the sun began to rise. It was a pale, distant light filtered through a sky that was now a clear, piercing gray. I sat in the cab and waited for the heater to kick in. My hands were numb, the skin on my palm where I'd held the shard a dead, snowy white. I looked at the map in the logbook. There were 4 circles left. I knew I couldn't do it alone. I was a man of the woods, a man of silence, but the scale of the rot was too great for one pair of hands. I needed to find the others, the ones who had resisted, the ones who were still hiding in the shadows of the old world. I needed to build a different kind of choir. I shifted the truck into gear and turned south. The road was still buried, but I didn't care. I had the weight of the truck and the momentum of the cold. I drove through the drifts, the engine roaring against the silence, a lone spark of defiance in a world of ice. As I reached the main highway, I saw something in the rearview mirror, a movement in the trees. I slowed down, my hand reaching for the shotgun. A figure stepped out of the woods. It was a man dressed in a tattered wool coat much like my own. He was carrying a long wooden staff and his face was hidden behind a heavy scarf. He didn't look like a sentinel. He didn't look like a priest of the summer. He raised a hand in a slow, weary salute. I stopped the truck and rolled down the window. The air that rushed in was clean and sharp. "You the one who closed the door?" the man asked. His voice was gravelly, the sound of a man who hadn't spoken in a long time. "I'm the one who held the key," I said. The man nodded, his eyes honest, human brown, settling on mine. I heard the silence all the way from the Bitterroot. I figured someone was finally doing the work. "There's more to do," I said, gesturing to the passenger seat. The man climbed in, bringing with him the scent of wood smoke and old snow. He didn't ask where we were going. He didn't need to. "My name's Elias," he said, rubbing his hands together. "I was a fire lookout before the Great August. Spent 3 months in a cellar eating canned peaches and waiting for the world to stop screaming." "I'm Ben," I said. "Well, Ben," Elias said, looking out at the frozen landscape. "It's a hell of a morning for a drive." I nodded and stepped on the gas. The truck surged forward, carving a path through the white. The woods were still there. They were deep and they were dark and they were filled with the ghosts of a season that had tried to swallow the world. But the sun was rising and the frost was holding, and for the first time since the door had opened, I wasn't afraid of the shadows. We had a long way to go and the winter was just beginning. But as I looked at the road ahead, I felt a steady, rhythmic thud in my chest. It was a beat, and it was mine. The heater in the truck finally caught, a dry, dusty rasp that smelled of scorched lint and old copper. Elias didn't speak for the first few miles. He sat with his gloved hands hovering over the vents, his eyes fixed on the horizon where the gray sky met the jagged white teeth of the sawtooths. He had the look of a man who had seen the sun turn into a predatory eye and had learned to love the shade of a cellar. "You have a destination, Ben?" he asked eventually. His voice was less a question and more a calibration, checking to see if I was driven by a plan or merely by the momentum of survival. "The logbook says there's a node near Astoria," I said, keeping my eyes on the treacherous ribbon of the grade. "But the coastal range is a different beast. The humidity there, if the summer got a grip on the salt air and the fogs, it'll be a jungle made of meat and vinegar. We need to hit the high-altitude sites first, keep the frost line moving down from the peaks. If we lose the mountains, we lose the water, and if the water stays warm, the valley never stands a chance." Elias nodded slowly. He reached into the pocket of his tattered coat and pulled out a compass. The needle was spinning lazily, a victim of the electromagnetic screaming that still pulsed from the Earth's crust. He tapped the glass with a cracked fingernail. "The birds stopped flying south 3 weeks ago. They just circled until they fell out of the sky, cooked from the inside. But this morning I saw a magpie, a real one. It was scavenging a heatwalker's carcass. It looked cold, Ben. It looked miserable. It was the most beautiful thing I've seen in a year." We hit the junction of Highway 21 by mid-morning. The asphalt was a graveyard of abandoned vehicles. Their tires melted into the road's surface from the August heat, now flash-frozen into obsidian-like puddles. I had to weave the truck through the wreckage, the bumper grinding against the rusted husks of SUVs and family sedans. In one minivan, a cluster of those pale, waxy vines had burst through the safety glass, coiling around the steering wheel like a sleeping python. It was brittle now, turning a translucent, bruised purple as the sap inside crystallized. "They're dying," Elias whispered, leaning his forehead against the glass. "The green things, look at them, they're losing their color." "They aren't dying," I corrected him, shifting into low gear to crawl over a pile of debris. "They're hibernating. They're waiting for a lapse in the pressure. That's why we have to find the other relays. If we leave even one of those bone bells ringing, it'll act as a thermal anchor. It'll pull the heat back up from the mantle like a wick." I handed him the logbook. He flipped through the warped pages, his brow furrowing as he scanned the names of the hollow men. He stopped on a page near the middle, his breath hitching. "Thorne," he muttered. I knew him. He was a surveyor for the Department of Interior, always talking about optimization, about how the wilderness was a wasted resource because it wasn't active enough. He thought the Earth was a machine that had stalled out. "He wasn't the only one," I said. The project at the North Ridge had funding from places that don't show up on a tax return. They weren't just looking for anomalies, they were looking for a thermostat. They wanted a world where the growing season never ended, where the yield was infinite. They just didn't realize that infinite growth is the definition of a cancer. We bypassed the ruins of Loman, the town a blackened charcoal smudge against the snow. It had been one of the first places to go when the summer broke cover. The heat there had been so intense it had turned the river into a boiling flume. Now, the south fork of the Payette was a jagged, motionless scar of ice, the steam trapped beneath the surface in white, ghostly bubbles. As we climbed toward the next coordinate, a decommissioned fire lookout on Deadwood Summit, the truck began to labor. The air was thinning and the cold was becoming an physical weight. The windshield wipers groaned against a new onslaught of sleet, a gray, slushy rain that froze the moment it touched the metal. "There's someone up there," Elias said suddenly, pointing toward a ridge line a mile ahead. I squinted through the blurred glass. At first, I saw nothing but the skeletal silhouettes of the burnt pines. Then, a flash of movement. Not the jerky, hydraulic twitch of a sentinel, but the fluid, cautious gait of a predator or a hunter. I pulled the truck over into the lee of a granite outcropping and reached for the shotgun. "Stay here, keep the engine running. If you hear 3 shots, drive, don't look for me." "I'm coming with you," Elias said, his voice hardening. He gripped his wooden staff. I noticed for the first time that the head of the staff wasn't just wood. It was capped with a jagged shard of galvanized steel, honed to a wicked edge. I didn't survive the cellar to watch another man walk into a trap alone. We stepped out into the wind. It felt like a serrated blade against my cheeks. We moved off the road, flanking the ridge, our boots crunching through the crust of the snow. The silence here was different than the Frank church. It felt occupied. We found the tracks 50 yards up the slope. They weren't human. They were wide, splayed prints, the claws digging deep into the frozen earth, but they weren't animal either. Between the prints were drag marks, long, rhythmic sweeps that suggested something heavy and segmented. "A harvester," I whispered, the word tasting like copper in my mouth. I'd heard stories about them from the few rangers who had made it back to the valley in the early days. They were the architects of the summer's ecology. They didn't just kill, they gathered. They took the biological matter, the deer, the elk, the hikers, and processed them into the slurry that fed the bone bells. The tracks led toward a shallow cave beneath a collapsed rock overhang. Outside the entrance, the snow was stained a deep, vibrant crimson, but it wasn't blood. It was the nectar, the hyperoxygenated fluid the harvesters used to keep their prey alive during the transition. I signaled Elias to stay low. We crept toward the mouth of the cave, the shotgun leveled. The air coming from the interior was warm, too warm. It smelled of overripe peaches and ozone. Inside, the cave was lined with a pulsating, fibrous webbing. It looked like the interior of a lung, the walls glistening with a wet, rhythmic sheen. In the center of the space, suspended from the ceiling by thick, translucent cords, were 3 figures. They were wrapped in cocoons of the same amber resin I'd seen on the sentinels, but these were clear. I could see their faces. They were conscious. Their eyes were darting back and forth, filled with an agonizing, silent scream. Their bodies were being slowly dismantled, their nervous systems being woven into the webbing of the cave. And standing over them was the harvester. It was 10 feet long, a nightmare of chitin and wet, black organs. It looked like a cross between a centipede and a human torso, its multiple limbs ending in delicate surgical pincers. It didn't have a head, only a vertical slit in its chest that pulsed with a dull, golden light. It was singing, a low, wet chittering that vibrated in the floor of the cave. It was knitting the prisoners into the mountain, turning them into a biological antenna. Elias made a sound, a soft, strangled gasp of horror. The harvester froze, the slit in its chest widened, and a dozen needle-like eyes unfurled from the cavity, swiveling in every direction. Back away, I hissed, but it was too late. The creature moved with a speed that defied its bulk. It didn't scuttle, it flowed. It launched itself at us, its pincers snapping like shears. I fired the shotgun, the blast tearing a hole in the creature's midsection, spraying a foul yellow ichor across the webbing. It didn't slow down. It slammed into me, knocking the breath from my lungs and sending the shotgun spinning into the dark. I felt the weight of it, the cold, oily texture of its carapace pressing me into the mud. A pincer closed around my shoulder, the serrated edge biting through my coat and into the meat of my arm. I screamed, reaching for the iron poker at my belt, but my arm was pinned. Then there was a heavy, whistling thud. Elias had swung the steel-capped staff with the strength of a man who had nothing left to lose. The blade caught the harvester in the cluster of eyes, shearing through the soft tissue and burying itself in the central ganglion. The creature shrieked a sound like metal grinding on metal. It reared back, its limbs flailing wildly. Elias didn't stop. He stepped into the creature's reach, driving the staff deeper, twisting it with a guttural roar. I rolled away, my hand finding the kerosene jug that had fallen from my pack. I didn't think. I unscrewed the cap and doused the creature, the webbing, and the base of the cocoons. Elias, get out. I fumbled for my lighter, my fingers slick with my own blood. The harvester was collapsing, its systems failing, but the webbing was already reacting, the fibers tightening around Elias' legs. I flicked the lighter. The flame was small, a fragile yellow spark in the gloom. The prisoners, Elias shouted, trying to hack at the cords holding the cocoons. They're gone, Elias, look at them. He looked. The three figures in the resin weren't human anymore. Their skin had turned to bark, their fingers into roots. They weren't being eaten, they were being used as fuel. Their eyes met his, and for a second the terror was replaced by a hollow, pleading emptiness. They wanted it to end. Elias closed his eyes for a fraction of a second, then nodded. He lunged back toward the entrance just as I dropped the lighter. The kerosene ignited with a soft whump, the flames instantly turning a brilliant, unnatural blue as they reacted with the nectar and the organic webbing. The cave became a furnace. The harvester's shriek reached a crescendo and then snapped into a wet, bubbling hiss. We scrambled out of the overhang, the heat at our backs a physical blow. We tumbled into the snow, the cold air hitting us like a bucket of ice water. Behind us, the cave entrance vomited a plume of thick, black smoke that smelled of burning hair and chemicals. I lay there for a moment, staring up at the gray sky, my heart hammering against my ribs. My shoulder was throbbing, a hot, liquid fire spreading down my arm. Elias crawled over to me, his face smeared with soot and ichor. He looked at my wound, his expression grim. He reached into his pack and pulled out a flask of clear liquid moonshine by the smell of it and a clean rag. "Hold on," he said. He poured the alcohol over the puncture marks. I bit my lip until I tasted blood, the world tilting on its axis. He tied the rag tight, his movements efficient and practiced. "That thing, it was building something," Elias said, looking back at the smoking cave. "It wasn't just a nest, it was a bridge." "A bridge to where?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Down," he said. "They aren't coming from across the sea, Ben. They're coming from under us. The door in your cellar." It wasn't a portal to another place. It was a straw. It was sucking the heat out of the core and venting it into the atmosphere. They're turning the crust into a greenhouse from the inside out. I sat up, the pain in my shoulder settling into a dull, rhythmic ache. I looked at the logbook lying in the snow where it had fallen. The pages were fluttering in the wind. "If they're tapping the core, then the nodes aren't just transmitters," I said, the realization chilling me more than the wind ever could. "They're pressure valves if we shut them all down, if we block every vent." "The pressure has to go somewhere," Elias finished. "It'll blow," I said, "the whole range. A volcanic event that would make St. Helens look like a firecracker. It would put enough ash into the stratosphere to blot out the sun for a decade." Elias looked at me, a strange, dark smile touching his lips. "A decade of winter, a decade of dark, no summer, no green, just the ice." "It would kill millions," I said. "The summer is already killing millions, Ben. It's just doing it slowly. It's turning them into fertilizer. It's making them into things that aren't human. A volcanic winter. It's clean. It's a reset. It's the only way to kill the seeds they've planted." I looked at the map, 4 circles left, 4 valves. I thought about the world I had known. The smell of pine needles in the rain, the sound of the river in June, the way the light hit the valley at sunset. It was all gone. It had been gone the moment Thorn turned the key. What was left was a choice between 2 different kinds of extinction. A slow, humid rot or a fast, frozen silence. I looked at my hand, the one that had held the shard. The skin was still white, the nerves dead. I felt a strange kinship with the frost. It didn't ask for permission. It didn't negotiate. It simply was. "We need more kerosene," I said, standing up. Elias stood with me, leaning on his staff. The fire in the cave was dying down, the blue flames flickering out as the cold reclaimed the stone. The mountain was silent again, but it was a heavy, expectant silence. The earth was holding its breath, waiting for the next strike. We walked back to the truck. The engine was still idling, a low, mechanical growl in the white wilderness. We climbed in, the warmth of the cab feeling like a betrayal. I looked at the rearview mirror. The smoke from the cave was a thin, black finger pointing toward the sky. It was a signal, not to the summer, but to the world. We were coming. "Where to next?" Elias asked. I traced the line on the map, my finger stopping on a coordinate in the high desert near the Nevada border. It was a place of salt flats and dry coulees, a place where the heat had always been a king. "Station 3, I said, the Awihi. If they've got a foothold in the desert, that's where the heart of the furnace is." I shifted into gear and pulled back onto the road. The tires spun for a second before catching, the truck lunging forward into the gray light. The road ahead was long and the shadows were growing. But as I drove, I didn't look at the trees. I didn't look for the green. I looked at the frost on the glass, the beautiful, intricate patterns of the ice, and I knew that I was doing the right thing. The world needed to sleep, and I was the one who would sing the lullaby. As we descended the pass, the radio in the dashboard suddenly crackled to life. It had been dead for weeks, nothing but static and the low-frequency hum of the summer. But now there was a voice. It wasn't a human voice. It was a composite of 1,000 different tones, a shimmering, melodic sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Ranger," it whispered, "the cycle cannot be broken. The tilt of the axis is shifting. You are fighting the orbit of the stars. Give up the cold. Come back to the light." Elias reached out and smashed the radio face with the butt of his staff. The voice cut off into a sharp, electronic whine before fading into silence. "Don't listen to them," Elias said, his voice trembling. "They'll tell you anything to keep the door open. They'll tell you they're your friends, your family, your God. They're just the heat, Ben, just the heat." "I know," I said, my grip tightening on the wheel. I looked out at the white world. The sun was a pale, flickering ghost behind the clouds, but the ground was solid. The ice was real. We drove on, 2 men in a rusted truck carrying the end of the world in a leather-bound book and a gallon of kerosene. The wind picked up, howling through the gaps in the door frames, but I didn't turn up the heater. I wanted to feel the chill. I wanted to remember what I was fighting for. The great August was over. The long winter had begun. The tires of the Ford fumbled for purchase on the descent toward the Awahi Breaks, the rubber brittle and screaming against the permafrost. To our left, the canyon dropped away into a jagged throat of red rock, now choked with the white cataract of a frozen river. This was high desert country, usually a place of sagebrush and rattlesnakes, but the summer had terraformed it into a humid, suffocating nightmare before the pressure drop hit. Now the giant ferns that had sprouted in the alkaline soil stood like shattered glass sculptures, their fronds snapped by the weight of the sudden ice. Elias was cleaning the ichor from his staff with a handful of dry snow he'd scooped from the window ledge. The yellow fluid from the harvester didn't freeze like water. It remained a viscous, glowing gel that smoked faintly in the sub-zero air. "You think they heard us?" Elias asked, his voice muffled by the wool scarf wrapped around his face. That voice on the radio, it sounded like it was coming from inside my own skull. "It was," I said, my eyes fixed on the horizon where the gray sky met the white earth. "They don't use towers, Elias. They use the iron in our blood. They use the electrical impulses in our nerves. The more they integrate us into their ecology, the louder they get. That's why Thorne called it optimization. He wanted a world where every living cell was a part of the same circuit." I shifted down, the transmission grinding in protest. The heater had finally died, the core cracked by the thermal shock, and the interior of the cab was rapidly becoming an icebox. My breath came out in thick, rhythmic plumes. My shoulder felt like a hot coal was buried in the muscle, the harvester's venom, or whatever it was, fighting the cold for control of my body. "We need to stop at the Jordan Valley outpost," I muttered, more to myself than to him. "There's a fuel depot there. If we run out of gas before we hit the Awahi, we're just 2 more statues for the collection." "The outpost will be crawling with them," Elias warned. "The heat seekers, they'll huddle around anything that still has a thermal signature. Tanks, generators, corpses." "I know, but we don't have a choice." We reached the outskirts of Jordan Valley by dusk. The town was a skeletal remains of a cattle hub, the corrals filled with the flash-frozen husks of livestock. They hadn't been slaughtered, they had simply stopped, their bodies unable to regulate the sudden 400-degree swing in the local climate. I killed the engine and let the truck coast the last 100 yards, the silence of the snow swallowing the sound of our approach. The fuel depot was a squat concrete bunker on the edge of town, its corrugated tin roof peeled back like a sardine can. "Wait," Elias whispered, his hand on the door handle. I saw it then, a faint, rhythmic pulse of light coming from the shadows of the loading dock. It wasn't the blue flame of our kerosene or the golden glow of the harvester. It was a deep, throbby orange. Something was alive in there, and it was warm. We stepped out of the truck, the cold hitting us like a physical blow. The air was so dry it made my sinuses bleed instantly, the copper tang filling my mouth. We moved toward the depot, using the rusted carcasses of fuel tankers for cover. As we got closer, the sound hit us. It wasn't the singing of the bone bells or the chittering of the harvesters. It was a low, mechanical thrum, a generator. "Someone's here," I whispered, thumbing the safety on the shotgun. I'd managed to retrieve it from the cave, though the stock was cracked and the barrel was caked in frozen mud. We rounded the corner of the loading dock and stopped dead. The interior of the depot had been transformed. It wasn't the organic webbing of the harvesters. This was something different. The walls were lined with hundreds of car batteries wired together in a chaotic, sprawling grid. In the center of the room, a large industrial heater was roaring, its coils glowing a fierce, angry red. And sitting around the heater were the hollow men. There were 6 of them. They weren't the waxy, translucent things I'd seen in the woods. These men were dressed in heavy parkas, their faces obscured by gas masks and welding goggles. They sat in a circle, their hands outstretched toward the heat, perfectly still. "They aren't moving," Elias breathed. I stepped forward, my boots crunching on a stray wire. One of the figures turned its head. The movement was slow, deliberate, and accompanied by a wet, clicking sound from behind the mask. "Ranger," the figure said. It was the same voice from the radio, the composite, melodic shimmer. It wasn't coming from the man's mouth. It was vibrating out of the filters of the gas mask. "You've brought the shepherd with you. How poetic." "Who are you?" I asked, leveling the shotgun at the man's chest. The figure stood up. He was tall, his movements fluid despite the heavy gear. He pulled off his goggles, revealing eyes that were entirely black, no whites, no pupils, just 2 twin pools of obsidian reflecting the orange glow of the heater. "I am what remains of the surveyor," he said. "I am Thorn, or I was. Now I am a node, a point of contact between the deep and the dark." Elias stepped forward, his staff trembling in his grip. "You did this, Thorn. You opened the door. You let the summer in." Thorn smiled, a slow, terrifying expression that didn't reach his black eyes. "I didn't let it in, Elias. I invited it. The earth was a dying ember, cold, lonely, drifting toward a slow, icy death. We gave it a heart. We gave it a purpose. Why do you fight the warmth? Why do you cling to the frost?" "Because the frost is ours," I said. "The heat belongs to the things that don't have names. It belongs to the rot." Thorn laughed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. The rot is just life in a hurry, Ben. You call it a cancer, but it's an evolution. Look at your arm. I can smell the nectar in your blood. The harvester didn't try to kill you. It tried to wake you up. I looked down at my bandaged shoulder. The rag was soaked through, but the fluid wasn't red anymore. It was a pale, bruised purple, the same color as the vines in the minivan. "You're turning," Thorne said, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper. "The cold can't save you. It can only delay the inevitable. But if you help us, if you leave the valves open, we can make the transition painless. We can give you the sun that never sets." "I've seen your sun," I said, my finger tightening on the trigger. "It doesn't give light, it just cooks the marrow in your bones." Thorne's expression flattened. The other 5 figures stood up in unison, their movements synchronized like a school of fish. They didn't reach for weapons. They didn't need to. The air in the room began to vibrate, the temperature spiking so rapidly that the frost on my eyelashes melted into stinging water. "The Awahi station is already active," Thorne said. "The pressure is building. The mantle is rising. You think you're a hero, Ben? You're just a gnat trying to stop a volcano with a handful of snow." "Maybe," I said, "but a gnat can still draw blood." I fired. The shotgun blast caught Thorne square in the chest, but there was no spray of blood. Instead, a cloud of thick orange vapor erupted from the wound, smelling of sulfur and burnt sugar. He didn't fall. He just looked down at the gaping hole in his parka, his black eyes shimmering with amusement. "The flesh is just a vessel," he said. The other hollow men lunged. They moved with a terrifying, unnatural speed, their limbs elongating as they ran, their fingers sharpening into needles of bone. Elias met the first one with his staff, the steel edge shearing through a gas mask and into the soft tissue beneath. He didn't hesitate. He swung with a primal, desperate fury, hacking at the things that had once been his colleagues. I discarded the shotgun and reached for the kerosene jugs we'd brought from the truck. I didn't aim for the men, I aimed for the batteries. The first jug shattered against the electrical grid, the liquid spraying over the sparking wires. There was a blinding flash as the kerosene ignited, the blue flames racing through the network of lead and acid. A thorn shrieked, not a human sound, but a high-frequency burst of static that shattered the glass in the depot's windows. The orange glow of the heater was drowned out by the chemical fire. "Elias, the truck!" I yelled, grabbing him by the collar and dragging him toward the exit. The hollow men were screaming now, their bodies reacting to the electrical surge. They weren't burning like men, they were melting, their waxy skin dripping onto the floor in thick, bubbling pools. Thorne stood in the center of the inferno, his black eyes fixed on me as his face began to slough off, revealing the pulsing, golden light beneath. "The door is already open, Ben," he bade, the voice echoing in my head even as we scrambled out into the snow. "You can't close what was never meant to be shut." We dived into the truck just as the depot exploded. It wasn't a standard combustion, it was a thermal vent. A pillar of orange fire shot 300 feet into the air, punching a hole through the gray clouds. For a split second, I saw the stars cold, distant, and indifferent. Then the clouds rushed back in, and the snow began to fall again, turning black as it passed through the pillar of smoke. I cranked the engine. It sputtered, coughed, and finally roared to life, the sound of beautiful defiance in the face of the apocalypse. I didn't look back. I jammed the truck into gear and floored it, the tires screaming as we tore out of Jordan Valley and toward the desert. Elias was slumped in the passenger seat, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He was covered in the orange vapor, his parka stained with the residue of the hollow men. "He was right," Elias whispered, staring at his shaking hands. "I could feel it, Ben, when I hit them. They weren't hollow, they were full of something else." "Don't think about it," I said, my voice cracking. "We have to get to the Awihi. If Station 3 is already active, we're running out of time." I looked at the dashboard. The radio was a jagged mess of plastic and wire, but a faint, rhythmic clicking was still coming from the speakers. Click, click, click. It was the sound of a clock, or a heart, or a countdown. The landscape changed as we pushed south. The mountains gave way to the vast, empty flats of the Awihi Desert. In the old world, this place was a wasteland of sage and rimrock. Now it was a forest of glass. The heat from the mantle had pushed so close to the surface here that the sand had vitrified, turning into jagged shards of obsidian and quartz that rose from the snow like the teeth of a buried giant. The wind howled through the glass, creating a high morning whistle that never stopped. And in the distance, rising from the center of the salt flats, was a tower. It wasn't a fire lookout. It was a needle of black stone and pulsing organic matter, reaching toward the sky like a finger pointing at the throat of God. Around its base, the snow had vanished, replaced by a steaming, bubbling mire of mud and nectar. The air around the tower was shimmering with a thick, oily haze. The pressure was so high here that I could feel my teeth aching, the fluid in my inner ear boiling with the vibration. "That's it," I said, pulling the truck to a halt a mile from the base. "Station 3. "It's not a valve," Elias said, his voice hollow with awe. "It's a throat, it's breathing Ben." He was right. The tower was expanding and contracting with a slow, rhythmic pulse. Every time it exhaled, a wave of heat rolled across the desert, melting the snow for miles in every direction before the cold rushed back in to reclaim it. It was a war of attrition between the earth and the sky, and the earth was winning. I grabbed the last of the kerosene and the heavy iron poker. My shoulder was numb now, the purple veins spreading up my neck and down toward my heart. I could feel the heat inside me, a seductive, pulsing warmth that told me to lie down, to close my eyes, to let the summer take me. I looked at Elias. He looked aged, his face a map of grief and exhaustion. He held his staff like a crusader, his eyes fixed on the black needle. "We don't just shut this one down," I said. "We have to kill it." "How?" I looked at the base of the tower. There were no doors. There were no windows. There was only a series of deep, vertical slits that bled a thick, golden light. "The pressure," I said, "if we can clog the vents, if we can create a bottleneck, the heat will do the work for us. It'll back up into the core. It'll blow the tower from the inside out." "And us?" Elias asked. I didn't answer. I didn't have to. We both knew that this was a one-way trip. The door in the woods had been a warning, a glimpse into the basement of the world. Now we were standing in the furnace, and the only way to put out the fire was to throw ourselves into the flames. We started walking. The ground beneath our boots was soft and warm, the mud clinging to our soles like wet flesh. As we got closer, the singing began, not the low chittering of the harvesters, but a vast, symphonic roar that filled the sky. It was the sound of the earth screaming, a billion years of trapped energy finally finding a way out. And then, from the slits in the tower, the guardians emerged. They weren't the hollow men, they weren't the harvesters. They were something older, something that had been waiting in the dark since the crust first cooled. They were made of molten stone and shifting light, their bodies constantly changing shape as they moved. They looked like angels made of lava, their wings shedding sparks of white-hot ash. "The seraphim," Elias whispered, falling to his knees. "Get up, Elias," I roared, the purple fire in my veins suddenly flaring with a desperate, angry strength. "They aren't angels, they're just the exhaust, they're just the steam." I lunged forward, the iron poker in my hand glowing red as it absorbed the ambient heat. The first guardian swept toward me, its touch a blast of 5,000 degrees. I rolled through the mud, the nectar-soaked earth shielding me for a fraction of a second. I swung the poker, the iron biting into the creature's leg. There was no resistance, just a hiss of steam as the metal passed through the molten form. But the creature recoiled, the cold iron acting like a poison to its hyperthermal structure. Elias was up now, his staff whistling through the air. He wasn't fighting like a man, he was fighting like a force of nature. He drove the steel tip into the ground at the base of the tower, using the staff as a lever to pry open one of the vents. "Ben the kerosene." I scrambled toward him, dodging the sweeping limbs of the seraphim. I reached the vent, a wet, pulsing orifice that smelled of the very beginning of time. I unscrewed the caps on the jugs and shoved them deep into the slit, the plastic melting instantly. The reaction was immediate. The kerosene didn't just burn, it acted as a catalyst. The blue fire met the golden light and the tower shuddered. A deep, subterranean groan rumbled through the earth, the sound of a tectonic plate snapping in half. The seraphim froze, their forms flickering and dimming as the flow of energy was disrupted. They turned back toward the tower, their wings drooping, their light fading into a dull, smoky red. "It's working," I shouted over the roar of the venting gas. The pressure's backing up. The ground beneath us began to bulge. The salt flats were cracking, long fissures opening up and venting jets of superheated steam. The tower was no longer breathing, it was choking. "We have to go," Elias yelled, grabbing me by the arm. "The whole shelf is going to drop." We turned and ran, the desert floor turning into a liquid slurry beneath our feet. Behind us, the tower began to tilt, its black stone skin cracking to reveal the white-hot core within. We were halfway to the truck when the world turned white. There was no sound, the explosion was too big for ears to process. There was only a wall of pure, blinding energy that picked us up and tossed us through the air like autumn leaves. I felt the heat, the cold, and the crushing weight of the atmosphere all at once. Then there was only the dark. I woke up face down in the snow. My mouth was full of ash. My skin felt like it had been peeled off and sewn back on inside out. I tried to move, but my left arm was a dead weight, the purple veins now black and brittle. I pushed myself up, my vision swimming. The tower was gone. In its place was a massive, smoking crater that stretched for a mile in every direction. The sky above was no longer gray. It was a deep, bruised charcoal filled with a thick, heavy fall of gray soot. The sun was gone, not hidden behind clouds, but blotted out by a shroud of ash that felt like a burial shroud. I looked around for Elias. I found him 20 yards away, slumped against a shard of glass. His staff was snapped in two. His eyes were open, staring up at the falling ash, but there was no light in them. He looked peaceful, the soot settling on his brow like a crown of gray dust. He had found his winter. I crawled to my feet, my breath coming in short, painful rasps. The air was cold, colder than it had been since the summer began. It was a deep, penetrating chill that reached into my marrow and stayed there. I looked at the horizon. The black clouds were spreading, a vast, dark curtain being pulled across the world. The pressure in my ears was gone. The singing had stopped. The earth was silent. I walked back toward the truck, my boots leaving deep, lonely prints in the ash-covered snow. The Ford was a blackened husk, its windows blown out, its tires melted. But it didn't matter. I wasn't going anywhere. I sat down on the bumper and pulled the logbook from my coat. The pages were charred, the names of the hollow men fading into the soot. I found a pen in the glove box and turned to the last page. I didn't write about the heat. I didn't write about the door. I wrote about the magpie Elias had seen. I wrote about the way the frost looked on the glass. I wrote about the silence. Then I closed the book and laid it on the seat next to me. The snow, the real snow, white and pure, began to fall again, covering the ash, covering the crater, covering Elias. It was a soft, gentle weight, a blanket for a world that had been awake for too long. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes. The purple fire in my veins was dying, the cold finally winning the war. I felt a strange, hollow peace. The long winter was here, and for the first time in a year, I wasn't afraid. I reached out and caught a snowflake on my tongue. It tasted like nothing. It tasted like the end. It tasted like home. The silence was not the absence of sound. It was a physical weight, a pressurized void that rang in my ears like a sustained subterranean note. I sat on the tailgate of the ruined Ford, watching the white flakes struggle to claim the blackened landscape. For every inch of pure snow that fell, the heat from the crater's throat sent up a plume of gray soot to stain it. It was a mottled, marbleized world, trapped in the throat of an exhausted season. My hand went to my throat. The skin there felt like parchment, crinkled, dry, and unnervingly warm. The purple veins that had mapped my transformation were turning a dull, bruised lead color. I could feel the summer inside me retreating, shrinking back into the marrow as the ambient temperature plummeted. It was a slow, agonizing divorce of biology. The parasite that Thorne called an evolution was starving, and as it died, it took pieces of my nervous system with it. I looked over at Elias. He was already a white mound, a soft hummock in the ash. I should have buried him, but the ground was either molten glass or permafrost, and my hands were shaking too much to hold the iron poker. He would have preferred this anyway, to be part of the landscape he'd spent a lifetime trying to protect. He was the last of the old guard, the final witness to a world that functioned on cycles instead of cataclysms. I stood up, my joints popping like dry kindling. I needed to move. If I stayed still, the cold would finish what the seraphim started, and I wasn't ready to go out as a frozen statue on the edge of a wasteland. I began to walk south, away from the crater, away from the ghost of the Awihi station. The geography had been rewritten. The salt flats were buckled into jagged ridges of obsidian. Every few hundred yards, a vent hissed, releasing a dying gasp of sulfurous steam. The door hadn't just been a physical entrance, it had been a structural failure of the Earth's crust. By blowing the tower, we hadn't closed the door so much as we had collapsed the hallway leading to it. The pressure was equalizing, but the cost was a localized volcanic winter that was already beginning to drift toward the populated valleys of the west. As the sun, or the pale, diffused glow that passed for it, began to sink, the wind picked up. It carried the scent of ozone and something metallic. I crested a ridge of vitrified sand and stopped. Down in a shallow basin, shielded from the worst of the blast by a granite outcropping, was a vehicle. It wasn't a ranger truck or a surveyor's jeep. It was an armored transport, painted a matte, non-reflective black. The engine was idling, a low, rhythmic thrum that felt like a heartbeat against the silence. I crouched behind a shard of glass, my heart hammering against my ribs. I thought of Thorn. I thought of the nodes. If there were more of them, I was in no condition to fight. My shotgun was a melted ruin back at the station, and my only weapon was a pocket knife and the residual heat in my blood. Two figures emerged from the transport. They weren't wearing the heavy parkas of the Hollow Men. They wore high-tech environmental suits, sleek, pressurized, and equipped with rebreathers that glowed with a soft blue light. They didn't move with the jerky, melodic grace of the Turned. They moved with the clinical, efficient precision of soldiers. "Radiation levels are spiking, but the thermal gradient is dropping," one of them said. His voice was muffled by the suit, but it was human. Distinctly, terrifyingly human. "The vent at Station 3 has undergone a catastrophic collapse, total blockage." "Casualties?" the second one asked. "The surveyor team is unresponsive. Thorn's signal cut out right before the ignition. We're looking at a total loss of the primary node." I held my breath, pressing my chest against the cold glass. These weren't victims of the summer. These were the architects, or at least the janitors. "The shepherd." "Missing, but look at the telemetry. This wasn't a natural collapse. Someone introduced a catalyst into the venting throat. It was a sabotage." The two men stood at the edge of the basin, looking toward the smoking crater. One of them held a device that looked like a long-range thermal scanner. He panned it across the horizon, the lens whirring as it searched for life. I froze. If that thing was looking for heat, I was a lighthouse in the dark. The purple rot in my veins was still radiating a feverish warmth. "I've got a signature," the man with the scanner said. He pointed the device directly at my ridge. "High intensity, moving toward the necrotic spectrum. It's a transition case." "Thorn." "No, too small. Probably a local, one of the rangers." The second man pulled a rifle from his shoulder. It didn't look like a powder and lead weapon. It had a heavy, rectangular barrel and a series of cooling fins along the side. "Orders were to sanitize the site. We can't have any loose biologicals wandering into the clean zones." I didn't wait for them to climb the ridge. I slid backward, my boots scrabbling for purchase on the slick obsidian. I needed to get to the labyrinth of glass shards to the east. If I could get into the crystal forest, their scanners might struggle with the chaotic reflections. "Movement," the soldier barked. A bolt of blue energy hissed over my head, striking a spire of glass behind me. The glass didn't shatter. It turned into a cloud of white-hot vapor instantly. I scrambled to my feet and ran, my lungs burning in the thin, ash-clogged air. I dove into the forest of glass. It was a nightmare of optics. Every surface reflected the dull gray sky and the pulsing glow of my own veins. I could see a dozen versions of myself running in every direction, shadowy purple-veined ghosts flickering through the translucent pillars. Spread out, a voice echoed behind me. The soldiers were entering the glass. Use the sonic pulse, disorient him. A high-pitched whine began to vibrate through the shards. It was a frequency that bypassed the ears and went straight for the equilibrium. The world tilted. The glass pillars seemed to liquefy, swaying like reeds in a current. I fell to my knees, vomiting a thick, purple bile onto the snow. The summer inside me reacted to the sound. It didn't like the vibration. I could feel the veins under my skin beginning to thrum, the nectar in my blood boiling. A terrible, white-hot rage began to replace my fear. It wasn't my rage, it was the planet's. It was the heat of the mantle, the anger of 1 billion years of compression, finding a conduit in my dying nervous system. I stood up, but I didn't feel the weight of my limbs. I felt light, I felt radiant. One of the soldiers rounded a corner of glass, his rifle leveled at my chest. Through his visor, I could see his eyes widen. He wasn't looking at a man, he was looking at a flare. Target sighted, he's Jesus, look at his eyes. I didn't think, I didn't plan, I simply reached out. The heat didn't come from my hand, it came through it. A gout of orange-white flame erupted from my palm, a concentrated burst of the same energy that had powered the Awihi Tower. It hit the soldier's chest, melting through the pressurized suit and the ceramic armor beneath it in a fraction of a second. He didn't even scream. He just folded, his suit collapsing as the internal pressure vanished. The second soldier fired his energy weapon, the blue bolt catching me in the shoulder, the same shoulder the harvester had marked. I expected pain, I expected death. Instead, I felt a surge of power. The blue energy didn't burn me, it fed the fire. The wound on my shoulder opened like a flower, the purple fluid turning into a brilliant, blinding gold. I turned toward the second soldier. He was backing away, his rifle clicking as he tried to recalibrate the output. "What are you?" he gasped, his voice cracking with terror. "I'm the gnat," I said, my voice sounding like the grinding of tectonic plates. "And you're the volcano." I didn't kill him with fire, I didn't have to. I stepped toward him, and the sheer radiant heat coming off my skin began to melt his visor. He dropped his weapon, clawing at his face as the plastic fused to his skin. He fell backward, his suit hissing as the cold air outside met the inferno I had become. I stood over him, my chest heaving. The golden light was fading now, retreating back into the blackening veins. The summer had given me one last gift, a final burst of defensive evolution, and now it was taking its toll. My heart felt like a lump of cold lead. My vision was tunneling. I looked at my hands. They were charred, the skin sloughing off to reveal something that wasn't bone. It was crystalline, a dark, obsidian-like structure that was replacing my skeleton. I wasn't a man anymore. I wasn't a node like Thorn. I was something else, a byproduct, a mutation born of the frost and the flame. I turned away from the dying soldier and looked toward the black transport. It was still idling, its lights cutting through the falling ash. Inside, I could see the glow of computer screens, the data of a dying world streaming across the glass. I walked toward it, my gait heavy and mechanical. Each step felt like I was dragging the weight of the entire Awihi desert behind me. I reached the door of the transport and ripped it off its hinges. The metal groaned and snapped like wet cardboard. Inside, the cabin was filled with the smell of expensive electronics and filtered air. A third man sat in the driver's seat, his hands raised in surrender. He wasn't a soldier. He was older, wearing a lab coat over a tactical vest. "Don't," he whispered. "We're just here to monitor. We didn't know the shepherd would trigger a surge." "Who do you work for?" I asked. My voice was a rasp, a dry wind through a graveyard. "The consortium, we knew the cycle was coming. We were just trying to manage the transition. The Earth is changing, Ben. It has to. The Ice Age was an anomaly. The summer is the truth." "The truth is a rot," I said. I leaned over him, the heat from my skin making the plastic of the dashboard bubble. "And you're the flies." "You can't stop it," he said, his eyes darting to the monitors. "Station 3 was just one vent. There are hundreds, from the Arctic Circle to the Antarctic Shelf. The crust is thinning. The mantle is rising. You've delayed it by maybe a month, that's all." I looked at the monitors. He was telling the truth. I saw a map of the world dotted with red icons. Each one was a station. Each one was a door. Some were in the middle of the ocean. Some were buried under cities. The one in Jordan Valley was just a pilot program, a test of the nodes. "The world you know is over," the scientist said, a strange, fanatical light entering his eyes. "Why fight it? Look at yourself. You're beautiful. You're a bridge to the new world. You'll live for centuries in the heat." I looked at my reflection in the dark glass of the monitor. My face was a mask of purple and black, my eyes two twin voids of obsidian. I looked like Thorn. I looked like the things in the woods. "I'd rather die in the cold," I said. I reached out and smashed the console. The screens shattered, sparks flying as the delicate